Hello and welcome to Tallinn Digital Summit 2024. More specifically, welcome to the Cauldron stage. My name is Florian Marcus. I am usually the head of sales and partnerships at Cybernetica, but today I get to be the host of the Cauldron stage for you, and I'll be back tomorrow as well. Before we get started with the first panel, a few items of housekeeping. If you are trying to connect to the Wi-Fi, you will find actually on your tag as well, on the badge you will find the name of the Wi-Fi as well as the password. And also a small shout out to those that are joining, yes, of course, physically in the room, but also virtually. All of these events will be live streamed, so you can watch them later as well. So, without any further ado, we want to head straight to the first panel so that the discussants get to spend as much time as possible on their areas of expertise. The first topic will be about what does winning in AI look like. The moderator for this event will be the advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine and the former government CIO of Estonia, Lukas Ilves, and he will have on stage with him to discuss that topic. First of all, the Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy from Cyprus, Mr. Nikodemos Damianou. Then we have the CEO and co-founder of Pactum AI, Kaspar Korius. And last but certainly not least, we have the Head of Digital Transformation and Strategy from Palantir Technologies, Ms. Meline from Brentano. Please welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Morning, and thank you for joining us here in this nice representation of a previous industrial revolution. So today's panel does not have the usual title of a European AI panel, where we talk about the ethical, the moral, the legal ramifications. Those are all very important, but we cannot lose the forest for the trees, which is that we have a massive technological revolution going on, and we, whether you want to define we as the public sector, as Europe, or even more broadly as Western democracies, stand a real risk of losing in terms of having other people, other actors, move a lot faster and become a lot more capable. And so we are in a bit of a race, and the goal of today's panel, if you accept the premise of that argument, or put aside your disagreements for half an hour and change, is to say, if we want to win, what do we actually need to do about it? And we're going to break protocol a little bit. Usually, in this kind of discussion, we start with our esteemed representatives from the public sector. But since the innovation and the driving force is coming from business and enterprise, we're going to start over there, and then we're finally going to get to what us poor public sector behemoths can do about it. And so I want to start us off with some questions first for Meline and then for Kaspar. Palantir. Is one of the companies synonymous with the data revolution and now increasingly AI. But I want to ask you directly, is it just hype? I mean, is this good marketing, and are your colleagues in the marketing department using this to drive up your valuation, your sales, which congratulations if they are? Or is this as big a revolution as everyone's talking about?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and thank you for the question. So no, it's absolutely not hype. So, as you know, Palantir has been in the business of building infrastructure for data and analytics for 20 years now. And I mean, what we're witnessing is absolutely a game changer. And I think we see it where it absolutely matters. If you look at Ukraine, you can see that when push comes to shove, the modern battlefield is transformed by AI. And I think what you're not seeing yet, but what we're seeing, because we're now running thousands of boot camps across our commercial footprint, that industry is being transformed by this. And I think, asking a question, why, what is the value it brings? I mean, I think, let's zoom out for a second. Where are we with digitization? I mean, you look at the normal enterprise, and it could be public, could be private, and the dirty secret that I think everyone here knows is that it's been a very, very incomplete process. We've digitized process steps, and all that's meant is that we've scaled those up, but the rest of the workflow, the rest of the enterprise is not connected. So in the best cases, for the most important workflows, we're paying people to be the translation layer, because if you're looking for the data that you need, it's always in the wrong system, it's in the wrong format, it might be in the head of a person, it's never where you need it. We're a million miles away from a seamless end-to-end, and I think wherever it matters, we're paying people to be the translation layer, essentially between machines, lots of delay, lots of frustration, lots of horrible work, but in lots of places, we're not even doing that. So we've got organizations, public and private, collapsing under the complexity that this incomplete digitization has produced. And we can all see the result in the sort of lack of productivity and the lack of delivery, both public and private. And I think, now in the world that AI is giving us, you're in a position where you can task a machine to be the translation layer between human and machine, and not just one machine. You can have agents that are all across your footprint doing the translation layer, doing that state change for you that at the moment is causing all the friction. And the impact is amazing, just sort of efficiency. I mean, we have an insurance client that is reducing end-to-end underwriting for one line of business from 3 weeks to 4 hours. We have I think it's public. We have the National Health Service in the UK is a customer, and we're seeing massive expansion of capacity just across the footprint, because suddenly, you can do scheduling more effectively. You can save doctors time because discharge notes all of a sudden, take half the time. So just in terms of efficiency, there's huge amount of potential that people, are grabbing with both arms. But obviously, that's just the beginning. I mean, we're going to invent wholly new things as organizations are structuring themselves around the new capabilities, and it's really, really exciting. I mean, I think the reason why people say it's hype is because obviously this success is not evenly distributed. There are lots of people that are finding success elusive, and I think, the reason is that, there are those that are just scared, that just don't even want to try. But I think even the ones that are trying to bring it into organizations are often struggling, and it's for the same reason that organizations have been struggling with AI and analytics and data for the last 20 years. I mean, ChatGPT is a consumer app. Mm-hmm. It's an amazing consumer app, but it's not going to help you in your organization just by itself. I mean, you need tools. You need tools to get it to do what you need it to do within your data context and security context. You need to chain different logic steps together to get out of the, I've just parsed this PDF world and do an end-to-end workflow that's going to have an impact in your organization.
And ideally by hiring you to do it, right? Look, Kaspar, Malin mentioned agents. You probably know a thing or two about AI agents. Could you tell us, if you go to a tech conference, that's what everyone's talking about these days, what an AI agent is, what you're doing with agents, and why we're going to be hearing a lot more about agentic AI in the next couple of years?
Yes, so hi everyone, I'm Kaspar, co-founder of Back2AI, and previously been here with Lucas as well at e-residency topics. I was running that. Yes, I guess AI agents every year is a new thing. Like when we were here 5 years ago, then AI agents were the Starship self-delivery robots, like some autonomous systems that doing some work for us. But after ChatGPT, now the agent is like chat, who has some authority power to do some decisions for you. It can, buy dog food for you as a budget of 100 euros monthly and can buy dog food like self-selective, or agent can be your car, replacing your tires, having a budget for that. So 5 years ago, we thought, what's the most powerful potential AI agent out there in 20 years' time? And then we thought that, okay, AI agent who actually grows business, who is doing autonomous negotiations between businesses. So we created, before ChatGPT, then Back2AI, and now our clients like Walmarts and Maersk's of the world, mostly Fortune 500. While we speak, agents are there growing business, doing business negotiations with suppliers, clients, and growing, actually business growing without any humans, like conducting deals, buying purchases, renegotiating contracts. So thousands of them use today, not like some futuristic thing, like bots reaching out to you, doing business, speaking to you. And they have their guardrails of where they can engage and interact, but basically independently, without humans. This is the world today, and it's pretty awesome.
Can you give us an example?
Yes, so there is, someone needs to purchase 25,000 of those screens, and then AI agents are reaching out different suppliers. Can you produce these screens? When can you deliver them? What's the price? Oh, I don't like this price. Can you do this price, but I'll give you better payment terms. I'll give you exclusivity for 2 years. What price can you tell me then? And then going back and forth, like through chat, and agreeing to buy 25,000 screens. Close the deal, sign it, and done. And again, no humans need to be there.
So I want to ask both of you. You are working with all sorts of entities, public and private. Palantir famously works both with governments and with large entities. Kasper, you, on the other hand, I've tried to get you to come do stuff for the Estonian government, and you said, I'm not sure I want to go through procurements, which is funny because your whole tool does procurements, but we have to do procurement to use you. Catch-22 there. But talk a little bit about, in broad strokes, when you work with partners, clients, what makes an entity, a government, a corporation, a good, successful adopter of AI, and what makes them fail?
Yes, and at the residence when I worked, and we had to do public tenders for everything we procure, right? So we had a budget of 300K to do something, and then someone who bid like 25K won it all the time. So you get crap through that. So basically every public tender, nothing worked out. So I don't want to be part of that process where someone comes with chatbot. What works? Mostly US works better than Europe. I have to say that while being in Europe. In US, I would never say that. But US works better, and US enterprises work more because they see the future. They see that bots are like part of our colleagues, workforce for us. Whether physical bots through like the examples of what Elon is doing, or digital bots, and they see that, and there's like whatever obstacle on the way, we don't care. Just roll them out, let's invest, So first, what needs to be there is understanding what is today's future, which actually is today's, like where we are going to operate in 10 years' time. In Europe, quite often we lack that. And second is you want growth. Quite often in Europe and in Estonia, you want to do something what others have done before. So you want role models of something that is successful. But in AI, it's quite difficult to have role models before. If you're waiting for role models, you're already 5 years late. And then if you do something what they did 5 years ago, you're again too late. So you're always catching up. And that's what's missing, I guess, 2 main points. Understanding where the future is and then actually wanting to grow.
Melanie, is that what you observe too?
Yeah, unfortunately, we also don't like procurements, but we do them. The difference is that, are you willing to try things out? Are you willing to jump in? And honestly, the people who are who think there's a crisis in their organization or, the problem they're trying to solve, they are jumping right in. And I think then once you've jumped in, just be pragmatic. Don't think that you need to build absolutely everything yourself. I think, I said that before. I think there are countries that are so extreme that they think that every piece of technology needs to have been built by their country. That's, they're going to be waiting a long time. But I think, even others, they get the LLM in and they think, they need to build the whole infrastructure stack around it. And then by the time that they've realized that that's a very, very difficult undertaking, they've missed the boat. So I think the people who are winning are the ones that are, pragmatic, mission-oriented, and not afraid to, get help where they need it.
But you said something interesting, or I don't want to quite say contradictory, but you talked about fear in 2 contexts. You talked on the one hand, of course, that those who are afraid of the technology and afraid to use it, they're not doing well. But you kind of said that the people who are doing well with it also have fear, but they're effectively afraid of the crisis they have or the challenges their organization face. So is it a question of getting rid of fear, or do we have to just index our fear to the right threat?
I would say so. So maybe it's not fear, maybe it's urgency. I mean, if you have urgency about what you're trying to achieve, you're going to look at AI as an unbelievable opportunity, and you're going to be pragmatic about, how to get it in. You're not going to hold yourself up about, different things. You're going to say, how can it help me? How can it get me to my goal? And whatever that takes, I'm going to do it. And then once I've tried it out, I'm going to iterate, and I'm going to fix it afterwards. And I think we're in a totally new field. I mean, the people who are moving ahead now are doing things that has never been done before. And I think if you go in with that mindset, that it could be the answer to very, very important problems, and yet not the final answer because we're all so early. I think, if you've got that, if you can hold those two things in your head at the same time, I think you're going to be moving ahead. And I do definitely see a bifurcation in a way that I haven't seen. I've been at Palantir a really, really long time, and the reality is that, yes, there have been winners from the data and AI revolution in the past, but it was very, very isolated. Mostly people could rely that the other guy wasn't going to figure it out either, so it didn't matter that you didn't. But this is absolutely changing. There is now critical mass of people moving ahead. We're in every industry and in every public sector agency, and the people who are moving ahead are putting so much distance between themselves and the others that it's going to be hard to catch up.
So Nicodemus, I think that Kaspar and Milene have thrown down the gauntlet. They've laid out the challenges. Cyprus, like Estonia, a small European country in a challenging geopolitical neighborhood, so we have plenty of things to create a sense of urgency. How do you look at all of this? And when you kind of hear this mindset, spectrum described, where does Cyprus fall on that? Where do you want it to fall?
Well, thank you for having me. First of all, I wish we could simplify our tendering legislation in Europe and just use Kaspar's tool. That would be winning in AI, I think. But let me first say that listening to the conversation, and I'm glad I'm here with leaders from the industry working in AI or with AI, I think this discussion exemplifies the very nature of this technology. This is not a discrete technology that lets us solve a specific set of problems. It's a new way of doing computing. And it's a very general purpose type of enabling technology that's changing business models, challenging economic models. And so it doesn't matter if you are a small state or a large state. I think you just have to embrace this, be part of your strategy. And maybe if you are a small state, you have to consider access to some types of resources. But otherwise, it's all about your digital policy, your investment policy, your economic policy, and you need to do that, and your vision, ultimately. So let me start by saying that in Cyprus, we have what we call Vision 2035. For Cyprus to be one of the world's best places to live, work, and do business in. Well, currently it's 20 plus degrees in Cyprus, so it's definitely a good place to live. But I'm starting from there because a key enabler of that vision is technology, is digital transformation. And there's two legs to that, by the way, for us, as you rightly said. So we are sitting at the easternmost part of Europe, between three continents, a gateway to Europe. We want to leverage that to be a true regional technology and innovation hub. That's one angle. And the other one, of course, is what everybody realizes anymore, that digital policy is also social policy. So we want to apply technology to make life of citizens, professionals, businesses easier. Now, why am I starting from there? Because the AI is taking central role in both of these dimensions, and this leads back to our vision 2035. Now, as a nation, we cannot only focus on the cool stuff, and I can come back to that, but we also need to build what I call institutional foundations. So it's not only data, talent, compute, it's also institutions. So we've been doing a lot of that. We are a country that has 100% population coverage for 5G, and now we're moving to ensure that we have, by the end of 2025, 100% coverage for fixed gigabit connectivity through fiber optics. I think we will be the first country in Europe to have achieved that. We are focusing a lot on the tech sector. and that's the fastest growing sector of the economy over the past 5 years. It's now contributing more than 13% to the national GDP. We have a growing community of tech multinationals hosted in the country, and these are using AI mostly in areas such as fintech, regtech, game tech, digital media. That's some focus areas, and we've been building our startup and innovation ecosystem. This is a very young ecosystem. 15 years ago, it didn't even exist, but now it's one of Europe's strongest innovators. So we have 7 centers of excellence that are using AI, starting from digital twins, critical infrastructure management, crisis management, deploying drones for early detection of fires. That's a huge issue we have in the Mediterranean region with the temperatures rising. Doing a lot of work with health, oncology, and of course touching on Earth observation, satellite technologies, and also climate change and smart energy solutions. So that's the institutional part of building the conditions and an environment that is conducive to adopting this technology. And there is a premise that I think is fundamental for the way we are approaching it. It's not only about which countries, which geographies invented technology. We're talking about AI. I think the biggest winners will be those who find the right way to use it. And in doing so, finding the right business models as well. So we want to be adopters, okay? We cannot be necessarily those who invent it. And we've been doing a few things in the public sector. We are implementing it in our procurement system, not in the way that Kaspar is describing it, unfortunately. In our new Tax for All system, we are introducing this year what we call Digital Citizen Assistant, which is a Gen AI citizen tool. We are initiating our Smart Cyprus platform, which is going to be consolidating all the smart city solutions into one platform for the entire country. It's a small country, so we can do that. And I think I'll stop there so that...
Well, so let me ask a follow-up. I mean, part of good strategy is knowing what not to do, and that's especially true for a small country. What are you consciously not doing?
So one thing is when we talk about AI, we talk about data, talent, and compute power. We are not going to be focusing on becoming a powerhouse of semiconductor manufacturing, for example. And we are also consciously not building the teams within the government to build all those solutions. We are looking to work with the industry in terms of doing that.
So let's pivot away from small geographies, because it's very nice to say you're not going to do that. But if the nearest place that's doing it is 6,000 kilometers away across an ocean, you're in trouble. So that brings us to the question of Europe. You go to council meetings, you have sat through all these discussions on the AI Act, and now the implementation. How's it going? Are you happy with the results that we and all of our colleagues worked out, or does it leave... Are we going to be able to do all this cool stuff at scale in Europe, or have we shot ourselves in the foot?
I think that's a very good question, and the one that we should be focusing as Europeans right now, okay? You mentioned the AI Act. I'm going to start by saying that Europe currently is very relevant in certain industries. Let's take the automobile industry or the pharmaceutical industry. Now, these are industries that are going to be fundamentally transformed through the use of AI. So if Europe is not right there winning this game, we are risking missing out on these industries that we are good in as well. So why am I saying that? Because currently Europe is trailing, okay? So it's trailing behind the US, it's trailing behind China. Let's face it, it's trailing behind in terms of adoption, in terms of compute power. So we need to pick up. And that's where AI Act comes in. And I think the best answer comes from the Draghi report in terms of that. And it's put there very clearly and very fundamentally right in my view. So Europe needs to focus, needs to approach this from a more innovation-based, more flexible way if we want to be competitive. We cannot afford to be late in that. Do we need the regulation? Do we need the AI Act? Yes, we do, because if we accept that AI is gonna be creating competition on who wins, okay, then there is a risk of a race to the bottom in terms of ethics, security, and so on. So we need regulation. But this time, Europe needs to get it right. We need to do that, but at the same time, we need to be also focusing on adopting technology, growing the technology. And if I may offer an analogy, okay, Europe is probably leading in terms of digital identity, but it took too long to get there. And we still haven't seen this European digital identity wallet. We're still not seeing the traction in the industry. We cannot afford to do that with the AI Act.
So if I can ask, I mean, I think every minister would nod to everything you've said, and then the next moment, they or their officials will go make a whole bunch of decisions at European level and at national level that contradict those principles. So, and this, you know, that, I mean, that's the reality often, is that there's no minister that doesn't want to do innovation, yet somehow things, you know, come out as they do. So I'll give you a moment to think about that, but I want to ask Kaspar and Melin, like, are there very specific things within the umbrella that Nicodemus has just described that we could be doing collectively, or that, you know, maybe the action doesn't have to be done at a European level, but maybe some of the big national governments should be doing, so that we could get to this picture that the minister has just very aptly painted? Or things we should stop doing?
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe I'll continue with analogy. Like, raise your hand if you run marathon or, I don't know, Ironman or something. Cool. Yesterday I decided that I'll do next year full Ironman. This year I did half Ironman. And to do that, kind of, you really need to optimize every bits and parts to survive that 14-hour race, right? So, and I feel like building an AI in Europe is kind of like this, that every year, like, Europe gives you one more bottle when you're running, right? To wait, and then gives you another bottle. And you know, it's not that big. I can still most likely finish if I have this. But if every year you need to carry more weight, then basically you're optimizing the survival, and this little bottle eventually can disrupt you, that you don't survive that race. And at the moment, building AI is like this, like, I now need to hire another legal person. We have 100 people in Pactum. Another legal person seems like, what is it, 60K, 80K, 100K? But if you add one legal person with the race against the odds, as startups are, then this one person can destroy you. This cost that you take in can destroy you from your competitors who don't have to have these bottles with you every day, right? And so any small addition legal work comes from EU requires and demolishes another European startup, basically, to succeed. So I also, as worked also in government, I support some regulations, but kind of like, if you put regulations, then in a race you have also energy bars, you have water, you have supporters. None of this happens in EU. No one gives you energy drinks, right? No one has AI actual associations that help you if you regulate them. And I think fundamentally we are built to kind of destroy or regulate, or being afraid of than actually support anyone. And this is what hurts while being in EU.
That's a pretty dour assessment, Melinda. Are you equally dour? Any rays of optimism too?
I'm going to let you decide that, but I'm going to come at it from another perspective. So everything you said really resonated, and what resonated especially is when you said you want to be an adopter. You know, you're not going to build the LLM, you're not going to build the hyperscaler, you're going to be, you know, you're going to be the pioneer in adoption. And I think that is the reality that Europe is in at the moment. I mean, you know, we can talk about it, whether we should have a sovereign cloud, we could talk about whether we should our own European, you know, God model, but the reality right now is that we don't have any of these things, and the path that's wide open to us is adoption, is the transformation we can bring to our industries, is the applied, entrepreneurship that, companies like Pactum represents. We could lean into that and do that. And I'm just very afraid that we're getting confused or distracted by the fact that we would love to have our own LLM and our own hyperscaler, and we're when the fact that we don't have them, the causality goes back 30 years. So I'm just very worried that we're getting distracted by that stuff and, standing in our own way when it now comes to the possibly much, much, much more lucrative field of adoption. By giving our organizations and our people the idea that somehow, it's not quite right and it doesn't represent our values and they should all hang around until there's a European version. And then obviously on the other side that, the models that do exist aren't even coming to Europe. So if we are adopters and if we are building industries on the basis of these models, then they are critical inputs to us. And any regulation that means that it's not even coming here must be a bad thing. That doesn't mean I don't think there should be guardrails, but I am very worried about that.
So I think everyone likes this idea of fast adoption, and we have so wise a panel. I'm not even going to try and over-moderate you for the 8 minutes we've left, but I want each of you, we're going to do one more round, to work one idea or one thought into your comments on, very specifically, what could, pick one industry, one use case Europe do, not just to do well at adoption, but to specifically beat America or beat China. If it's competitive, what do we actually do to be better than one of them? Pick a sector or some area where they're really failing, but let's come up with some concrete ideas. I don't know if someone's got the answer right away and wants to go first.
Yeah.
I think one thing, again, really happened again yesterday. I think I'm proud of European education systems, largely, at least up until mid-school, right, high school. And I think at the moment, the AI Act at the moment puts AI and children into high-risk categories. So basically, you can't do anything with children AI. So our children most likely will grow without AI being next to them, and then adulthood comes and they need to engage with bots and robots. So I don't think this is at the moment the best way to take regulations and children and AI, but maybe there is a way for us to kind of find how AI can work with our children when they're already young, and what are the guardrails and regulations there. And most likely, as European Union is quite good regulating, regulations there are needed, like not showing porn to children, for example, makes sense, right? What can't we show in AI world to children, and what they can do? Because my 7-year kid is speaking in Estonian with bot every day today. AI is one of his friends, right? And so what and how we build the education system for this, I think, as everyone is in equal grounds at the moment with this, I think we could work a better solution out there compared to West.
So I'm not sure that's the right way to look at it. Finding what we need to do to win the US or China. We definitely need to make sure that our startups don't have to run to the US to get funding. We need to make sure that talent stays here, that we keep innovating. I'm hopeful. I mentioned the Draghi report, the Letta report as well, I think set the foundations for what we need to do to make sure that we do that. I will stick to that point of adoption. One good example, and I'm not the first to say it, is, well, the printing press was invented by a German, but it was the Dutch and the English, the British, who actually used it and managed to surpass the German economy back then due to the printing press. So we need to make sure that we keep doing that. And I think, in closing, there are also these specific areas related to AI that we all have invested interest to work in. We had the talk in the morning by the Google VP on threat intelligence. I think what AI is doing is democratizing, quote unquote, the access to this technology. It used to be in the hands of the few, the powerful organizations that were building defense systems. Now everyone has it. It's in the hands of many. So it's a race that we need to fight. And there are things like deepfakes. They're attacking our very identity, our personality, that everybody, irrespective of political models or beliefs, needs to resolve. The same with IP and copyright issues. These are fundamental things that we need to resolve. Otherwise, we will be stopping innovation at its track. So That's what we should be doing.
Aline?
So my answer to this is, enterprise-grade applications. I mean, I think that's where our advantage is. I mean, Silicon Valley has not been interested in building enterprise software for 40 years. And, Europe stopped building it, with SAP.
SAP.
I mean, there's a really strong argument to be made that, Palantir is a sort of a European software company because we wanted to actually help our customers scale rather than disrupt them. And we were willing to put people on the ground. We got derided as a consulting company, but it was, we in some ways are traditional enterprise software with a view to enabling our customers. And I think that that is a European mindset. I think that chimes with the enterprise and industrial structures that we have, and that is the software industry that we should have built in the last 40 years and not let ourselves be distracted by, the internet and SaaS, concepts that Silicon Valley was pursuing. But we didn't do that, but I think here's our second chance. I think, we have the proximity to enterprise. We have an an European mindset that there is actually value in these organizations and institutions persisting and delivering. We don't, rate disruption in the same way as the Americans do. And I think that is an open goal, and we should be kicking the ball into it rather than hand-wringing and saying, oh my God, we missed the boat 30 years ago.
Kasper, you were provoked by that?
I'll give you a third one as well. Besides education and enterprise apps, I looked at Silver, launched last week cybersecurity AI app. Basically, AI calls your mother and pretends it's you, asks money and stuff like that, trains you, right? I think because we're so protective, so let's use that as an advantage, basically, and support these kind of technologies, AI, cybersecurity technologies, I think, would be my third bet.
So for each of you, a closing message, if you could send this audience off, policymakers, people in industry, think tankers, and have them go do one thing when they get back to the office or back home on Thursday, what would that one thing be?
Well, we all need to think how we bring AI into our strategies, into our products, into our everyday life, and how we work and operate. That's clear, I think.
If the most kind of leading global enterprises are using Pactum and Palantir, think why are you not using? Like, why should you not buy Palantir or Pactum today? As a government or a private sector? Most likely you're missing the boat because, companies, if they're doing well, they're producing huge amount of value. Why are you not the client? What can you change? Very pragmatically, right? Start using these companies.
Well, I can't do any better than that. But I'm going to say there's an old quote that says, the future is already here, it's just unevenly distributed. And I think that's never been truer than today.
And I'll add my own 2 cents. There's a personal, individual version of what Kasper just said on the corporate level, which is just use the Gen AI tools every day. Get the corporate version, or sorry, the 20 euros a month version of Claude or ChatGPT. Start using that instead of Google for search. You can use the Gemini too, so you can use Google products. But just build it into your everyday life, because that's the best way to ideate on how it changes your business and your industry. Look, incredibly thoughtful insights from 3 deep thinkers and also doers in this space. I want the audience to thank our panelists. I want to thank the audience for your attention. This has been really great, if far too short.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to this wonderful panel for all of this input. And I really enjoy when one panel gets to build on top of another, and this is exactly what we get to do right now. We just talked about what does winning in AI look like from all the different perspectives. We will now go into a bit more detail, namely, what does AI in the battlefield look like? So what are the practical implications, the ethical implications, and so much more. For this purpose, I have the pleasure of having 3 experts and specialists on stage with me. We will have the Vice President, Head of Marketing from Airbus Defence and Space, Hanna-Mari Tuovinen. We will have the Strategic Advisor of Before AI, Mr. Timo Koster. And we've got the CEO of 3 Dot Solutions, Michael Hampson. Please welcome them to the stage. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for sharing the stage with me and, of course, with the audience as well. So, of course, when we talk about AI in the battlefield, there are many different sides and perspectives to this. And perhaps we can start with Hanna-Mari and your view from Airbus Defence and Space on what AI's impact on the battlefield is and what work Airbus does in this area.
Thank you. Happy to be here today. So just very shortly about the Airbus Defence and Space. So we are not only an aircraft and satellite manufacturer, but we also have very long-standing capabilities in the defense solutions, in cybersecurity, and also in the connectivity domain. We are closely linked and involved in building the future defense and security policies and environment, biggest one being the Future Combat Air System, which links to the responsible use of the AI, and also the multi-domain combat cloud as part of the multi-domain operating environment. I think it was said already in the previous panel that AI is really in the heart of the defense operations and in the battlefield. So I will touch upon a bit what are the challenges in the battlefield that AI can help also to solve. So first one, the biggest one is actually not being able to communicate and connect across the domains, and here I mean all the military domains, land, navy, air, cyber, and space. And actually this leads to another challenge, not being able to quickly enough react and analyze the incoming data in order to distribute that to the battlefield. So to respond to these challenges, we actually need a digitalized, agile, and collaborative battle space across all the domains. It means seamless connectivity, multi-layered cybersecurity solutions, and advanced application layers for all the domains. So actually, in the simple terms, having the right information with the right asset at the right time. So what the military operations in the future require, a very strong IT backbone from the headquarters to the tactical edge, allowing the information sharing within and across the domains, EU, NATO level, national level, but also merging the multiple sensors, giving the high integrity of the situational picture, and coupled with the role-based validated information with timely automated processing of the big data. So this will actually enable the manned and unmanned teaming intelligence and collaborative combat, and that's really the key for the future war fighting. And we already see that now today. And another key factor is the distributed control as part of the command and control, when really dealing when unexpected events happen in a very fast-paced environment. So what does it mean for the cybersecurity? And I think my colleagues here on stage will come more on detail on that. It means a security by design holistic approach. So hard integrity and authentication measures, end-to-end encrypted communications, and multifaceted dynamic cyber protection, and which this kind of agility really requires. So what we are doing as an Airbus Defence and Space, as part of the multi-domain operations, we are developing the multi-domain combat cloud concept as a system approach, where we are able to connect the sensors and effectors in the right level of command and control to order the engagement. And I think another point I want to mention is really the founding principles for the AI. And I'm not sure if this was discussed previously, but really that AI, any use of AI in the defense purposes, it must comply the ethical imperatives and juridical applications. It must be traceable, accountable use of AI in line with the NATO doctrines and respectful for the law of armed conflict and international humanitarian laws. So the FCAS program is actually defining the compliance with the ethical and juridical considerations together with the European industry. That's what we are working in this FCAS program. I'll give you an example on the kill chain, which actually means the military concept of a structure of an attack. So it needs to ensure the traceability and accountability using that. And actually, we are defining a strict methodology aligned with the NATO doctrines. So as of each step, we are clearly defining what can be done by the AI and what needs to be in the human remit. And that's also when the multi-domain environment, we need to delegate also the decision-making further in the tactical edge and far edge, for example, in the fighter jet. So in the different levels, on a strategic level, that basically needs to be made by humans. Of course, we can provide huge amount of analysis, gathering, showing the connections and patterns, making also predicting the future outcomes. But strategic level, that remains really as a human decision-making. On the operational level, we see a lot of benefits. In simulation, the course of action, targeting, accelerating, and monitoring, as also one of my perimeters is the satellite data. We are using the data and analytics also, for example, monitoring the enemy movements and positions. On the tactical level, I want to point out two topics. Network management, as the network and the connectivity is really key in the multi-domain environment. So today, the networks are mainly fixed, and the connectivity is limited in the battlefield. However, if we look at the combat cloud environment at the edge or far edge, it requires a reliable connectivity. We need to be able to reconfigure also the networks very quickly if something unexpected happens. And when you have hundreds of assets at the theater, it only can be handled by the AI. And another one, I touched upon that a bit, was the agile decision-making. So delegating the decision-making down to the command and control chain. That's actually one of the most disruptive elements of the multi-domain operations. And further down, it's actually done, the more complicated actually it gets. And this kind of a decision-making of these multi-domain force packages, for example, the fighter plane or helicopter or the command vehicle, it actually only can be done assisted by the AI.
Awesome. Michael? Yes, awesome. Yes, very good overview. Thank you so much, and I think we will go deeper into some of those details with the other two panelists as well before we start with the general discussion and question round. Timo, so perhaps you can give us an insight into how Before AI uses AI to prevent cyber attacks as well, and give us some more meat on that bone.
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. My background is actually in diplomacy. I used to work for the Dutch Foreign Service, worked for NATO for more than 10 years, and my final job before I went into consultancy, I was a cyber ambassador for the Netherlands. So my definition of the battlefield, when we talk about AI on the battlefield, my definition is a hybrid battlefield definition. We live in a hybrid environment. We're part of an environment where hybrid campaigns are ongoing. We live in a sort of a constant state of conflict. And I'm not going to talk about drones on the battlefield in Ukraine or in Gaza. I'm going to talk about very much what are the battlefield that we live in, the hybrid environment, and how we are being attacked on a daily basis, either by state actors or by criminal organizations or by proxies that lend themselves for attacks on behalf of state actors. And all these forms of crimes and the endless challenges that we face lead to loss of data, of undue influence on our democratic processes, on VIP and brand impersonation, privacy breaches, etc. You can read it in the newspaper every day. And the problem today is that we have an expanding threat landscape and a widening attack surface because of all those different new applications that come online every day. And many of the things that we experience today can either be just common crime or they can be part of a hybrid campaign. Now, the problem so far is, in every role that I've been in, I've experienced is, whatever we do, it's always going to be reactive. First, the breach has taken place, then we're going to try and plug the hole. First, we see a ransomware attack, then we try to counter it, and so on. Now, the interesting part of Before AI, and I'm affiliated with them as an advisor on a part-time basis, is that this is the first, or at least one of the first players that actually produce predictive threat intel. They're able to predict who is going to attack you or your brand or your company in the next 90 days. This sounds like Back to the Future. It sounds like a film that some of you may have seen, Minority Report, a long time ago, where actually you're being identified as a criminal before you even committed the crime. But it's actually, to a certain extent, today it's possible. So how do they do it? They take snapshots of the internet every 10 minutes, and literally the entire internet. They produce about 15 terabytes of metadata every day, so that's a lot of data. And they basically observe changes in infrastructure across the internet, which produces a number of indicators that goes into their AI algorithm that holds 4 billion malicious behaviors. So now we're going to skip a lot of the technical details because that's something I don't understand either. But at the end of the day, it will produce suspicious infrastructure, suspicious behaviors that they can point to and either give a threat intel feed to their clients, or when it's about either brand protection or VIP protection, they can actually take down the domains that are about to attack. So this is an interesting trend because, for example, they have a couple of clients in Africa, African governments, where VIP impersonation is big, either for influencing the electorate or for schemes that are trying to defraud people. And they're actually protecting real-time big companies like Meta, like Bloomberg, like a lot of banks, including one or two here in Estonia. And they are remarkably effective because they have a false positive rate of 0.05%. So all those predictions that sound like futuristic, they are actually very accurate, and they produce a threat intel feed, and in some cases direct protection that is very accurate. So what I wanted to highlight, and I'm going to keep it short, is that I think the future trend in cybersecurity on the hybrid battlefield is very much about prediction and preemption. That has a couple of interesting effects. First of all, of course, you can predict and preempt attacks, so prevent damage to take place. But it might also have a deterrent effect. It might be the case that attackers know that their efforts are fruitless and they will turn elsewhere. With some of the commercial clients, Before AI has already seen that attacks simply stop on certain banks because the attackers know that it's not possible. For that, they have formed a takedown coalition with DNS resolvers, registrars, the global scam alliance, that are actually able to prevent these things. And they have, amongst our clients, law enforcement and security services that consume their threat feeds basically in real time. The interesting part of this, of course, is when, and that's a trend that we've seen for a while already, in defense, new technology, new weaponry, new protection is no longer initiated and produced by government agencies, by MODs. It's actually the private sector that's in the lead. So I think that's a good segue to the next speaker, who is going to talk about interaction with MOD, if I'm correct. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much also for both the Back to the Future and Minority Report reference. I would want to ask a very quick, spontaneous follow-up question. We're talking about AI deterrence, effectively. Do you have to have a public list of clients, I guess, to deter potential miscreants? Because you've got, I don't know, at what level are criminals aware or attackers aware that a client may or may not use, whether it's a government or an organization, may or may not use before AI?
So, some of the clients actually advertise and put the logo on their website and say,
don't try.
Protected by before AI. But if you have a criminal organization and you have created a number of domain names that you're going to either to impersonate a brand or you're going to attack a company, and you figure out up to 10, 20, 30 times that actually those domain names are taken down even before you put content on them, then you're going to go somewhere else. Because actually creating the infrastructure to organize an attack takes money, takes effort.
Yeah. Thank you. Michael, I mean, the segue was already made. My segue happens to be worse now, it seems. You're the CEO of 3 Solutions. How does what you do fit into the wider panel discussion about the practical and ethical implications of AI?
Sure, thanks very much. So yes, Michael Hampson, CEO of 3 Solutions. I'm also the global lead for cyber for Nortel, who are headquartered here in this fine city of Tallinn. So thank you for having me onto this panel. I've spent the last 25 years working in this industry. 3 has spent 13 years working with our central government as customers. That's in the Ministry of Defence, our National Crime Agency, and in critical national infrastructure such as Bank of England. So we've got a wealth of knowledge and experience. It was great to hear some of the other panelists define the battlefield. I was also going to polarize the traditional battlefield, where we are seeing uses of artificial intelligence for nefarious purposes. I'll touch a bit more on that shortly, but also the fact that cyber in the UK doctrine has been categorized as the 5th domain of operations alongside air, land, sea, and space. Within that domain, I think you touched on it. It's almost, I wouldn't say constant conflict, but we've definitely passed competition and are now into crisis. I also wanted to give a bit of a UK view on AI and AI in both defence and the battle space. We've over probably since 2019, there have been many publications, both national and more specifically, each of the frontline commands, Army, Navy, and Air, have published their own stance and doctrine on usage of artificial intelligence. There are also a myriad of organizations in the UK, from the AI Council, the Defence AI Centre, the Office for AI, and the AI Institute. So definitely a plethora of organizations and publications. I'd almost offer that there's too much of that and little. You know, what we need to now get to is the practical implications and implementation of some of those concepts. I'd also, coming back to that traditional battlefield, through some of the work we do with our customer base in likes of threat intelligence sphere, we have seen the adversary starting to weaponize AI. So I believe that is causing a widening disparity between the adversary and those trying to defend. Because the adversary basically looks to use whatever technology they can get their hands on. be that machine learning, be that moving into past generative AI. However, the defense hasn't perhaps kept pace with that. An example that we've seen in the current conflict is use of the likes of ChatGPT by adversaries to not carry out AI-based attacks, but to expedite their advance towards their goal of compromise. And a recent example I saw around that was using those technologies to look where operational technology systems were connected to the internet and perhaps unprotected. So interesting use case. The other one I've seen is more of asymmetric warfare, where a cyber, potentially AI-enabled attack is being coordinated with a kinetic traditional warfare. So another interesting development there. From a defensive perspective, we have, as I said, worked with UK defence for a number of years. I think the challenge there is there's a lot of legacy systems, and AI is predicated on data. So having the right data, clean data that's able to be used. And I think that's a really big challenge for defense across various nations. We have worked with the UK defence, a fairly small project, but to implement a large language model to help with decision support and decision advantage. And that's, I guess, a first use of AI I've seen actually in core protective systems. The other thing that I'd caution against is a lot of vendors out there are now claiming their product is AI enabled, and definitely something that needs to be watched. However, I thought I'd end on a more positive note. I think there are some great advances in both thinking and technology. From a UK perspective, our National Cyber Force, which is the UK's offensive cyber element, have been the first nation to publish their code of ethics on both offensive cyber and use of artificial intelligence in that. So I think that's quite a positive step forward. But I guess probably a call to cyber and AI leaders and policymakers that we need to force a step change in our defensive posture, because that gap, that disparity that I talked about earlier is only getting bigger. And while the other panelists have talked about the ethics, and that is absolutely important, I think the Prime Minister spoke this morning about not over-regulating, and I think it's a fine balance that we need to achieve. So in closing, then I think we need to ensure that we have ensure resilience in our systems, and to try and make cyberspace not the easy target, and almost attempt to force or to fall back to force. You know, an adversary wants to do something, you know, force them into that kinetic space rather than operating in sub-threshold cyberspace. So, yeah.
Awesome. I mean, there's plenty of stuff to. I think we can stretch this beyond the 13 minutes that we have left. The first point that I found very important to raise that you mentioned as well was all of those different advice councils on how to use AI. It sort of reminds me of the saying that a camel is a racing horse designed by committee. So too many chefs spoil the broth. And of course, when we talk about the general shift in posture with regards to the use of AI from a defensive and primarily reactive foundation to a more ambivalent approach, I will be very curious to hear actually from all three panelists how you see these developments, whether it is in a particular country where you can make a specific reference, such as the UK, but also more widely if we talk about the European perspective at the moment, especially the American perspective, if you have some insights. I'll be very curious to hear on how you view the political appetite in this area developing. Do you want to start, perhaps, and then we work ourselves back?
Yep, certainly. So, as I mentioned, the UK has been in this space for quite a while, and there is quite advanced thought leadership, I would say. I'd be interested to hear from the other panelists more of a European perspective. I know, obviously, I was over at a conference in Montreal a couple of weeks ago, and I know there's a lot of development in the AI space in Canada. So really interested to hear from the fellow panelists about more European perspective.
Timo, I think the Dutch perspective is also quite interesting, especially with Mr. Rutte now in NATO. So maybe you can give some insights.
So Mr. Rutte is no longer Dutch. He's now NATO. But let me give you some background of what I experienced at NATO, let's say between 2010 and 2020, in cybersecurity, let alone what the tools were to protect ourselves, which is now clearly AI is part of the toolbox. The definition of what we needed to protect has grown exponentially. In the beginning, we were starting to think about, okay, we need to protect our desktop computers in the headquarters and maybe our command and control systems, and that's what we defined at NATO as cyber security. And the same was, to a certain extent, the case in all those capitals of those allies. The next step was wondering, okay, but hang on, we need to also protect our critical infrastructure, our military infrastructure, our government infrastructure, etc. And then we realized that the definition of critical infrastructure needed to widen significantly, that our critical infrastructure would also include our power grid and our banking system and our water supply, etc., etc. So the definition of what critical infrastructure was grew. With that, like I said in my first intervention, the definition of what the battlefield is, the attack surfaces grew, and with that, NATO as an organization, but also individual governments took on more responsibility in protecting and becoming part of what I would call sort of the cat and mouse game between the attackers and the defense. And mind you, we now have AI as part of that mix. In defense, you're always, let's say, on the back foot. The attacker always has an advantage because you can shoot with a wide gun and see whatever you hit. And if you hit something, that's great. If you're on the defense, as soon as one of those things hits, you're losing. So that becomes it much more difficult to defend successfully, to defend convincingly, because resilience of your society is also very much about what people believe in, whether they're secure or not. And in that sense, coming back to my first intervention again, if you can, in that mix, can add predictive and preemptive capabilities to your toolbox that will give you a slight advantage in that in that cat and mouse game that will go on for sure, and that we haven't seen the end of yet.
Yeah, I mean, in general, we see, I think traditionally Western democracies have been quite happy to focus on not even just reactive, but also completely passive efforts, such as whether we talk about digital resilience with the population in general, and more defensive posture in particular. Yeah, Hanna-Mari, what is your view on the appetite, I suppose, specifically in Europe, but perhaps any other areas that you can shed some light on as well?
So first, what I mentioned already in the beginning, that basically these big programs like the Future Combat Air System is defining, so industries also need to define by themselves what are the guidelines for using the AI. Then also taking what Timo mentioned, and I think that was mentioned also in the morning by the Google presentation, that as the threats are becoming hybrid and let's say the boundaries are blurred, we need much more these private-public partnership models of making sure that we really tackle the race of the Alice in the Wonderland, the rapid speeding up, twice catching up also on the attackers and these new models that are developed by the adversaries. So making sure that we are able to compete in that, we really need to work together and not just country by country, but also more as a Europe to make sure that we are in the right speed.
We've had a tiny bit of snow coming in overnight. Christmas is drawing closer and closer, just over a month away. If we could put something on the wish list for the future of usage of AI on the battlefield for the coming couple of years, what are you wishing for in the area of public-private partnership? Is it a matter of, again, political awareness? Is it a question of procurement speed and quality, which was also raised previously? Where exactly are the current blockages that you see in your work?
Well, for sure, the procurement is one of the topics. However, as a kind of a huge company, we maybe are more used to these kind of procurement models. What I discussed already with some of the colleagues during the breaks, that of course we need to work, and as I mentioned also before, as kind of an ecosystem. As a large company, we are happy to also integrate the smaller companies, both in the national level and the European level, to work together. And I think this kind of a joint collaboration, so basically the threats have no boundaries, having more the European collaboration. I think that's one of the key Christmas wishes. But having said that, also the use and the development of the AI and the future battlefield, it's really an incremental process. It doesn't take the leap in one day or in a year, but it's something that we need to also develop on the top of the existing systems. So that also needs to be taken into account, and that's also the request by our customers, that we need to be enable to also the existing processes and also the systems and build something incrementally, not taking the big leap.
I mean, as far as global analysts can tell, the recent elections in the US will also push Europe in a specific direction. I think we see more and more activity in areas like the permanent structured cooperation on a military level within the EU. So, yeah, it is to be expected that there is more collaboration on the horizon as well. What is on your specific wish list?
So a couple of points. First of all, I've been in the government system for about 30 years, so I know how complicated and slow sometimes the government machinery works. That is actually no longer an option. So you mentioned procurement cycles. Before AI is a startup, although it's now a scale-up. After 3 years, it's very, very successful. Still, the CEO is very reluctant to go into procurement cycles with individual governments because it could easily take 18 months before they even get an answer, let alone being qualified as a recognized vendor by the Pentagon, for example. So that's certainly, you mentioned that's a concern. The other concern is we now have companies, social media platforms, etc., that are actually larger than countries. They are, by economic, in economic terms, they're bigger than many countries. As I told you, Meta is a client of Before AI, so we protect all the Facebooks and the Instagrams, etc. But they're not only in economic terms, they're larger than many countries, but also in terms of potential influence. So a lot of influence operations, I'm not telling you anything new, are going through social media. So it's crucial that government and social media and private enterprise work together. And of course, the magic word is public-private partnerships. But in practice, that is very difficult. Why? Because governments are not geared towards talking to the private sector, but also the other way around. I represent private sector players every now and then in talking to governments. It's a very awkward dialogue because they don't speak each other's language very clearly. Final point, the EU, of course, there's now a new European Commission. We're going to get another new cyber policy probably within the next 6 months. We're probably heading for more regulation in terms of more privacy protection, et cetera, It's all great, but I would like to see some implementation of what has been put on the books already instead of rushing to the next set of regulations, which is clearly a burden on private enterprise.
Michael, 90 seconds.
Indeed. So I guess my wish list would be to see some practical implementations of what's been talked about for so long, to get some real tangible benefits and outcomes, more from a defense perspective, because I think, as I said, that disparity is increasing between the adversary and those defending. I've also seen some positives. I've seen, again, more in the machine learning large language model space, but some adversary states trying to go right back into, I guess, the beginning of the supply chain by influencing standards. Technical standards, by almost introducing vulnerabilities in the very standard itself, and some of the population sizes where they've got hundreds of people they can send and have working on this. I've seen some positive use of large language models to try and combat that. So I think that's a positive. And I guess finally then I'd like to see better tightening of I guess algorithm bias, which has been used for disinformation and information operations, as was mentioned.
Awesome. Standards sound boring, but might save us. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for these wonderful panelists. Thank you very much. And now I have the pleasure of welcoming to the stage for a keynote address on blood, sweat, and tears, innovating on the front lines, the co-founder of Pulse, Fedir Serdiuk. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. My name is Fedir Serdiuk. I'm working on the field of defense innovations for over 10 years. I was very happy to get contacted by the organizers who said, look, we want you to come to Estonia and to tell us just about what you do currently. But it's not an easy job to make a screenshot, a snapshot of what you're doing. So for me, it's much easier, keeping in mind that we are active in private sector, but also we advise government, and we work with the government and military to innovate together, to tell you a few stories. So I will tell you 3 stories today about how do we innovate in the front lines in Ukraine. I believe that conclusions would be some powerful thing, but there are no conclusions yet because the fight is not over. There are observations. So I will share some of the observations, and what I can promise is that you will understand the inside of innovating for the frontline, for the fight, a little bit better. So the first story is the story of a soldier, a seaman of the Marines who heard a loud noise of an engine of a drone and then heard an explosion. He felt enormous pain and lost his consciousness. That happened in the southern Ukraine. His surname was Pivdenny. And he opened his eyes. An hour after, he saw bright lights and a catheter going to his vein, and the blood was flowing to his vein. And actually, when I heard this news, I was happy. You will ask, why are you happy? The person got injured. I'll tell you. Since the beginning of 2024, we, with the team of Pulse, our charity fund, which is called to develop tactical medicine, we're working on the blood transfusion project in Ukraine. And this was the very first deployment of direct blood transfusion, the whole blood transfusion, from the Marine Corps. That was announced exactly a few days ago, 4 days ago, on November 14. So actually, it's a huge, huge victory for us and for survival of Seaman Pivdenny. But is this a real innovation? I want to address this issue head-on. If we consider that the first blood transfusion was made in 1818, and the military blood transfusion was done since the World War I. And yes, I believe this is a large innovation. Because according to Oslo Manual, the innovation is a new practice, which was never done in these circumstances, with these people, with this consumer, which was delivered to them as a process or a product and made available. So formally, it is absolutely a very innovation. Then an important thing is who does this? An NGO together with the government, together with the military command. Where it happens directly in the front line, and with whom it happens. It happens with the fighting unit, which is considered the toughest audience to innovate inside of. And another thing which makes this innovative is the infrastructure for donor relations, literally a customer relationship management system, which Donor UA, a Ukrainian organization, built behind of it, and very high technology solutions to keep the blood safe and cold, and then store it, and then warm it up to deliver to Seaman Pivdenny's veins. Getting this done took us to work in the sector of combat medicine for 10 years. We developed a private company, and then we developed a charity fund, which became one of the largest military medical training institutions, with 32,000 of personnel, Ukrainian personnel, to be trained since the large-scale invasion in 1,000 days, literally. We were feeling that we are doing not enough. And this is a very important feeling when you feel that you can perform better. And we started to look for a new solution. So if we were working to control blood flow, to stop the bleeding, that we started working on a different way to refill the volume of the blood of the patients. Our experience, research we had an access to, and the common sense gave us a clue that we have to focus on transfusing the blood. That's what we did. And we had the best world's expertise, the TOR organization, to advise us. And then we had military people to help us to design this project. And the project was to bring the blood transfusion as close to the front line as possible, to the stabilization points or evacuation points. So basically, we started this project with building meaningful partnerships. We trained, supply, and supported 4 big brigades and the Special Forces unit, and we deliver online and offline tools for the support. We built the logistics, the flow of blood towards the front line, and we were campaigning for the people to donate blood, so we have some blood to offer the military. And then we had the first transfusion, which was a huge victory just 4 days ago. And now we are in the stage of feedback loop, debriefing, and scaling the project up. And this was the story of the rescue. But now, I want to say that rescuing people is a very important thing. It's golden. But the brilliant thing is understanding better how the system works from inside, so you can bring more and more innovations. And I will tell you another story of a kill. A kill of a tank which is worth $4 million or $6 million, depending. We will never know exact equipment which was there because it was caught on fire, and thanks God, because the tank was Russian. But this tank was killed by a $500 worth FPV drone. And 7 kilometers from this tank, a soldier, a fighter whose call sign is taxi, had his hands shaken. He let the controller out, he removed the glass, his hands were shaking, he had tachycardia because it was the very first deployment of FPV drones with his hands. 3 months ago, Taxi was a driver of a Bolt taxi cab. And now he is a fighter with a successful elimination of the enemy tank. How come this happened? He received the training, he received the equipment, and he was deployed. But is this an innovation? If you will consider the patent number 613.800 by Nikola Tesla, you will understand that radio-controlled drones are not really new. Tesla was controlling a boat remotely, and that's exactly what Taxi did. But Wehrmacht utilized Goliath drones, which were deployed to the front lines. So deployment of drones to eliminate the tanks is also nothing new, but what is new is building a whole ecosystem, a whole system of deployment of units, controlling them and fighting the war with the drones themselves. And this was a strong side of Ukrainian defense. We now have the unmanned system forces, but it's only the very window of the large shop of defense innovations, which are now a systematically integrated solution towards our defense. And how do we see this stuff develop? Many people believe that the government have an idea and then they deploy certain solutions and then soldiers start to utilize this. This comes from an efficiency mindset where people in the defense sector are, what can solve my task? But then the civilians come and say, look, your funding is out of control. So it switches to cost efficiency mindset. What will deploy the task and how much would it cost? But in reality, it's much more complicated. You have to consider not only cost, not only efficiency, but access to technology, political risks, logistics, need for training, accessibility, and actually sustainability of your solutions towards the enemy fire you receive, and then an ability of your human capital. So the system, the paradigm is extremely multidimensional. The key takeaway from this is this stuff is too complex to control. The minister or a general can support the innovations, but they do not innovate themselves. The soldier who wants to survive, like Taxi, does. And it's his decision, which is supported or not supported with the government. We believe that our contribution from another organization, not Pulse, Pulse is medical, the Beta, a training center for drone operators we run in southern Ukraine, we run different entities, I will get you familiar with them, is to increase the volume. So whatever works well, we increase the volume training pilots. And another contribution is increase the speed, so we identify the innovation, like the optic fiber solutions which cannot be jammed, and then we put this into training, multiplying the access of the army to certain technology, because we are flexible and army is not by definition. We are now moving to the stage of observations, and I share just a few of observations with you. In my humble opinion, the most important questions for the innovator is why. If you know your why, if you have this feeling that I'm doing not enough, you will succeed no matter what resources and what difficulties you have. If you don't have the answer for the question why, then you can just go home and stop trying to do any defense-related innovations. The war in Ukraine is a very challenging stuff. It's a tragedy, but it gives us, Ukrainian citizens, a very clear why. Innovating during the wartime is harder because you have a very limited human capital. A lot of people got killed, injured, or left the country. A lot of people are deployed. A lot of people are busy with surviving or doing some other important stuff. But also, the remaining people are in danger. Limited resources, money, time, blood itself. it's a very big challenge, but the distraction of the stakeholders is even a bigger challenge. You are discussing something with a person, then he received an order and he leaves, and you see him next time in 6 months, and you can really not trust the remote communication, so you have to travel 1,000 kilometers for a 15 minutes long conversation. Then the price of the mistakes is higher, the price of the mistake is a life. But it's also easier. You have a clear why, you can motivate the people to work for you. You are powered, no matter with what, with guilt, fear, hate, love. You are powered with the most notorious, most serious fuel in the world. And the cowards don't mess around. So the people who are here just to receive their salaries, they are too afraid to come there where you're actually innovating. So you have the work environment of the people who are 100% dedicated. Relaxed requirements and bureaucracy also helps, and then magic happens. With this I mean, obviously, partnership. The defense system is very strict stuff and very, I would say, exclusive, but in times of war, every actor has their own role. Public sector can be disciplined, can scale up, can bring resources, they provide the justice for the society. But the private sector is flexible, so everyone should find their own role. The most important slide here, I believe, is the partnerships, which are critically important. I will show you the map of partnership from Pulse, our charity fund, which has partners who fund the project, like Vodafone or telecom corporations or corporate governance association. The policy which is provided by the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Health, they are our key stakeholders. The equipment which are brought from Ukrainian and international companies, the military who are getting input on this, the TOR organization which provides the guideline, we couldn't accomplish this project if one of these partners would be missing. Another observation is that experience is very, very, very valuable. And in our case, unfortunately, it's paid by blood. My plea to all the international stakeholders, don't wait until you will receive an opportunity to pay for the experience with your own blood. Learn from us. And you always have to have a chair for a military. You need to have an input of the military professional towards every discussion, because that's who will be deploying this technology. The innovation and technology is not synonyms. We use in many cases the technology which is rooted to 19th and 20th century, but we add the digital infrastructure and the new approach towards its implementation. In the end of the day, in our case, unfortunately, it's a win or lose scenario. You innovate or you die, and we choose to innovate. I promised you to deliver 3 stories, and I already told you a story of the Siemens Pivdenne and the taxi. The 3rd story is the story we want to write down with you. We are still in the middle of fight, and you also have to be prepared. So we believe it would be an awesome opportunity for us to do whatever we can do together. With our charity fund Pulse, which develops tactical medicine, we would be open to partnership to help our people survive. With our Beta drone training center, we would be glad to have partners who will help us to train more Ukrainian soldiers. With our private company, HEAT Medical, we are providing training and advisory to the foreign actors to learn from our medical experience, and MOVA Defense does the same in the military technology. We are open to partner with you, and we have these 3 amazing gentlemen representing these organizations and willing to get some connections. For us, partnerships are critical. That's basically the reason we are here. Myself, I believe that every life saved, every threat mitigated is another step towards the better future. I feel the deep feeling of responsibility towards what we will leave for tomorrow, because I'm not yet satisfied with what I received from the people who lived and were in charge before. And this is only a snapshot of what we do. It might be different next year. there might not be next year for some of the people inside of our country, unfortunately. But what we can bring on the table is belief in innovation, belief in partnership, and 100% of dedication. We know that we either innovate or die. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Fedir.
Appreciate it.
All right. Starting around 2 p.m., we will have a round of very interesting keynotes and panel discussions. We'll talk about real-time problem solving. We'll talk about the digital divide and e-health. We'll talk about connectivity from the seabed to satellites. But first, please put your hands together for the next speaker, Mr. Lunch Break. Enjoy your lunch, and we will see you at 2 p.m. Thank you. All right, all right, all right. Welcome back from the lunch break. I can see plenty of people that all look very happy. That means that your stomachs must be filled with good food. I hope that with the next couple of keynotes, we will also fill your heads with some good thoughts. For the first keynote address after the lunch break, we are talking about real lives, real time problem solving in crisis. And on stage for the keynote will be the president of United Hatzalah France, Laurent Sarah-Enouz. Please welcome her to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you the beautiful story of United Hatzalah, a non-profit organization that was born in Israel about 3 decades ago. I've been lucky, is that working? Yes. I've been lucky to be a board member and the president of the French entity. So this is Eli Bir, Hatzalah's founder. When Eli was 15 years old, he signed up to be a volunteer paramedic in an ambulance in Jerusalem. And then he came to a few realizations. So obviously, the main problem in most cities in the world is traffic. Ambulances come way too late when people need help. So actually, 3% only of people having cardiac arrest in the world are being saved. They die waiting for an ambulance. So one day, their ambulance was called to help a 7-year-old child who was choking on a hot dog. And it took them 21 minutes to get there. By the time they arrived, they did everything they could, but they couldn't save the child and eventually died. That made a lot of mess in the building. All the neighbors came, and all the neighbors came around, one of them was a doctor living in the street. So the first realization that Eli had is that there are people willing to save lives, doctors or people who know what to do everywhere, but they don't know, they don't have the information. So a realization he had is that it's not the ambulance that saved the lives, it's the people that's in the ambulance. So basically, you need the information and to be in the vicinity of the person who needs help. Like later on, in the ambulance, many times they realized that the delivery motorcycles would pass by them to deliver pizza. And he thought, this is crazy. You can have a pizza faster than someone who would save your life. And he made that joke. He said, if I get a choke someday, do not call for an ambulance. Call for a pizza. It will come faster. So he went to his supervisors and he said, OK, we need to change things. It doesn't work this way. And obviously, when you go and ask your supervisors to change things, they never want to. So he quit. And with his friends, they bought a radio, they bought some walkie-talkies, and they started to operate a little group of their own saving lives in their neighborhood. Fast forward to today, Hatzalah is the most impactful emergency medicine organization in the world. It's volunteer-based, and it boils down to 4 things to save lives. One is people. So you need to have volunteers everywhere. So now in Israel, they have 8,000 volunteers. All these people are just like you and me. They're hairdressers, lawyers, fishmongers. Like they can be of any walk of life, any religion, obviously women, men. So it's the most diverse organization in the country. Now these people, they need training. When they know what to do, and they have had the formal training, they receive a bag with their medical equipment. So each volunteer is a life-saving independent unit. And then they need to be able to move around. So they can move by foot, they can move by their own means of transportation, but the organization also invented this, what you saw on the screen. It's an ambucycle. So it's a motorcycle that has all the medical equipment, it has a siren, it has everything, and it's much faster than an ambulance. Can never get caught in traffic, can, zip fast and get to where it's needed. And the fourth needed piece for saving life is information. You need to know where to send your volunteers. So this is the dispatch center. We have a few, but this one is in Jerusalem. And what you can see on the screen is that any moment, Hatzalah knows where the volunteers are, where the emergency is happening, and there's all sorts of metrics on the screen. Like they know the time response, they know the status of each intervention. So Atsala is using the state-of-the-art technology. So each volunteer receives a communication device that has a very, very precise geolocation, so we know at any moment where they are. But at the same time, the system knows where are the volunteers, what are their specific level of training, what is the best equipment that they have, and what are their means of transportation. And with that knowledge, the system will call the closest volunteers and the most relevant volunteers to where they are needed. And because there are so many volunteers in the country, then the time response is decreased dramatically. So anywhere in the country, someone needs medical support, help will come in maximum 3 minutes. And in any city, it will come in about 90 seconds. And in Jerusalem, where there are so many volunteers, help is coming in 60 seconds. So basically, it's like Bolt for saving lives, but it's for free. So as I said, we have 8,000 volunteers. They have responded to 6 million interventions, and the time response is 90 seconds. So that's 6 emergency calls every minute for stroke, women getting into labor, panic attack, fires, and terror attacks, obviously. So that's more than 2,000 calls a day. And I will show you, these are the updates that the organization is publishing every week. And I will play a little video for you. Enjoy. Oops, sorry. Hopefully. I'm afraid I need help for that video. Anyway, so the video, there you go. Enjoy.
Did you know that when you're experiencing a life-threatening emergency, your chances of survival decrease by 10% every minute that goes by?
Yeah. That's why we're always on call.
We are all volunteers for the most amazing cause in the entire world, ready to get to you faster than anyone else.
No matter where we are.
When people need emergency medical attention,
we, United Hatzalah volunteers,
transform from citizens to
superheroes. When an emergency hits,
whether it's a car crash, heart attacks,
allergic reactions,
choking,
a terror attack,
a woman going into labor,
time,
makes all the difference
between life and death.
So how do you make sure you're fast enough to save lives?
United Hatzalah.
It's like Uber, but for life-saving.
Let us show you how it works.
Report of a car accident.
When you experience an emergency and call United Hatzalah, a dispatcher will take your call within 3 seconds.
United Hatzalah, what's your emergency?
Once we get the call, our state-of-the-art system springs into action. Our advanced GPS-based dispatch algorithm finds the nearest United Hatzalah volunteer and contacts them immediately.
In big cities, in small towns, even in the wilderness,
there is always a United Hatzalah volunteer ready to race and save your life.
And the whole thing is fast.
So fast.
From the moment the call comes in until volunteers are there to save your life,
it only takes 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
90 seconds?
90 seconds.
Damn.
We achieved this incredible speed thanks to an incredible fleet of every kind of vehicle.
Ambulances,
boats,
the all-terrain vehicles, e-bikes,
city transformers,
helicopters, and the coolest one of them all, the Ambucycle.
Ambucycles are motorcycles decked out with all the equipment that we need in order to save lives.
And because they're so small and fast, they can zip past traffic jams or navigate narrow streets, ensuring nothing gets in the way of treatment.
This whole crazy, brilliant idea started in the head of one crazy, brilliant man.
And I couldn't do this alone. Our team of over 7,000 volunteers save lives all over Israel and beyond.
And best of all, it's free.
No bills, no medical debt.
Serving people from all backgrounds.
Every nation.
every race.
Every religion.
I'm an Arab, a Jewish volunteer to save my father's life. Because of that, I decided to join United Hatzalah.
We can all agree that saving lives is the most important value.
And the results speak for themselves.
Newborns brought into this world by Hatzalah volunteers.
People that get second chance of life. Grandparents who see their grandchildren grow up.
Over 2,000 calls per day. That's over 600,000 calls per year.
Plus missions all over the world.
Because helping people is what we do. We are the volunteers, the medics,
the phone operators.
We deliver babies, and she's my mom.
Because I am a volunteer in United Hatzalah, I saved my mother's life.
We are friends,
strangers,
family,
and everything in between.
Jews, Muslims, Christians,
ordinary people,
extraordinary people.
People just like you.
We decided to make a difference.
To help each other.
To save lives.
We are United Hatzalah.
United Hatzalah.
United Hatzalah.
United Hatzalah.
United Hatzalah.
We are United Hatzalah.
And you are too.
Thank you. So you get to understand why I'm so proud to serve in this organization. So what's new today for us? So Hatzalah's day-to-day operation for the last 2 decades made this organization ready for crisis. During COVID, it's been an extremely important organization to the country, organizing vaccination campaigns, responding to an abnormal level of emergency calls. Now, this wealth of experience made the organization ready for something that nobody could have conceived on October 6th. It's what happened on October 7th. The unprecedented violence of the terror attacks that happened. So what happened in the country made the organization change completely. So on top of the regular medical equipment that we would buy, we learned how to buy helmets and bulletproof jackets and communication devices that are not reliant on regular communication channels. We learned how to treat civilians and soldiers, which is obviously you don't treat the soldiers the same way. There's a lot of procedures that are different. We built a solid cooperation with the IDF, the Israeli army. We also built a number of field hospitals, and because it's a learning organization, we've put together now a system that is a 3-tent pop-up field hospital that can be established in no time. And why 3 tents? It's because you have one for the logistics and the medical supply, you have one for treating patients, and you have one for meeting rooms to make quick decisions. And when you're in a war zone, you need to make decisions really fast. So the impact of the organization is now way beyond the Israeli borders, because we've been sending teams everywhere help is needed. So when there's an earthquake, like in Nepal or in Morocco or in Turkey, but also in Ukraine. In Ukraine, the organization deployed an incredible amount of support. We had 200 volunteers. We had 7 field hospitals along the borders of Poland, Moldavia, and Romania. And we provided help to 32,000 Ukrainian people. So any questions you should have about the organization, I will be around. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was super interesting, and actually, it very much brings us more and more into the domain of healthcare and the health data space as well, which gives me a wonderful segue for the next speaker. We've got the Global Head of Health System Innovation from Roche, Nicole Arming, and she will talk about whether data and technology can square the circle in healthcare. Please welcome her to the stage.
So, terre, I hope I did it correctly. I had a whole team prepping me last night on how to appropriately roll my R, and I hope I made some progress on it. My name is Nicole Arming. It's great to be here, and when I got the invitation to come to beautiful Estonia, I started researching about the country. And I did get to learn that Estonians really like nature and space and silence and tranquility. I was like, that's the perfect place to go for me, because I have 2 small, very lively daughters at home, and that's the thing I never get when I'm in my own 4 walls, space and tranquility. So I'm very happy to be here. And I have to say, despite the fact that I've been working in healthcare for almost 20 years, the day my daughters were born was the first day my own health and the health of my family got a different relevance to me. As you've heard, I'm currently working as the head of Global Health System Innovation at Roche, and I'm really passionate about the topic for that main reason. It will impact all of us. It will impact our loved ones, and it will impact us exactly at that point in time when we're the most vulnerable. Estonia is the perfect place for having this conversation. It's a conversation about health and care. It's a conversation about how healthy people and healthy communities contribute to a strong economy. And it's a conversation about how data and technology will help us not only to provide better care, but to get our healthcare system to a more sustainable state. So why is Estonia the perfect place to have this conversation? You know, working in the healthcare industry, it's a very traditional industry, and things are not necessarily moving fast. So you really have to dream big if you want to drive transformation, but also accept that very often we have to start with small steps. And Estonia, while being a small country, has a really big story to tell. I don't need to tell you, I've experienced that over the last couple of days when I was here, the advancements you made in digitization, the first country with their e-residency, many of your health services already digitized, and you're a birthplace for innovation. A company like Bolt, evaluated at $7.5 billion already 2 years ago and going for IPO. And that's what I think you should be really proud of. I was living in Slovenia, another small country. I was the general manager there. And I've always kept referring back to Estonia as one of those countries who has proven to be spearheading innovation, and particularly when it comes to digitization across different elements of our societies. In healthcare, we will have to square a circle. So what do I mean by that? The WHO is estimating that currently in Europe we are lacking about 1.6 million healthcare workers, and this number will increase to 4 million by the end of the decade. All the governments are trying to figure out how to manage their healthcare budgets. And at the same time, we're happy to all grow older, but we do see that already a third of Europeans today say that they suffer from some form of chronic health issue. So it doesn't take a genius to understand that bringing supply and demand together requires a totally different approach and a totally different line of thinking. Now, working for Roche, which is still a family-owned company, it's been around for about 125 years and always at the forefront of innovation. I'm proud to say that we're, again, investing in this new era, not only through, innovative therapeutics and innovative diagnostics and screening methods, but also through data and technology solutions that will help that sustainability of the healthcare system. So let me take a few minutes now just to illustrate how data and digital technologies could help us in getting our healthcare system more effective. And then I think it would be lovely to have a discussion to see what is needed to get there. I'm taking the example of lung cancer, not for any specific reason other than that it's the leading cause of cancer death worldwide. So about 1.8 million people die of lung cancer every year. And if you are diagnosed with lung cancer today, your chances for survival might be either higher than 65% or it might be somewhere in the single-digit range. And the main difference between the outlook comes from the time when you're being diagnosed. If you're diagnosed early, your chances for survival are significantly higher. So in Europe, contrary to other cancer types, lung cancer screening is not yet very well established for several reasons, but one of the reasons being you have to get people through low-dose CT scans, and there's a cost-effectiveness question around it. Now, in countries like Estonia, where you have strong electronic medical record, we actually can utilize AI algorithms to tell us who are the people that are most likely to develop lung cancer and to be much more targeted in our approach to screening and early diagnosis. What you can see here on the illustration on the left is an algorithm that we're currently intending to test in Estonia as well. And it shows you that by stratifying the patient population, we only have to scan about 6.5 people in order to detect one cancer case, as opposed to 24 people with traditional screening methods. And moreover, you can see that we actually identify patients earlier. So patients that are diagnosed in stage 0 to 2, it's almost 50%, as opposed to 30% in the traditional process. And that is your ticket to life. When it comes to diagnosing and appropriately treating lung cancer, we have to understand it's not one single disease. It's actually many different diseases. And there's only two things that are important. It's about speed and it's about accuracy. Because every 4 weeks delay in initiating your treatment increases your risk of death by 10%. So I see already big eyes in the audience. It's a very impressive number. Now, the issue that we're facing is that all across Europe, we have a lack of qualified pathologists and specialists that can actually do that work. And again, here we can use AI-based image algorithms to help those professionals do their work much more effectively and be faster and more consistent in their outcomes. In a world where medical knowledge is doubling every 73 days, it's hard for physicians to take the right decision. And we can help them with digital tools to identify what's the most appropriate treatment option for their patient. So I'm giving you all of these examples only to say one thing. The technology is there. It's right at our fingertips, but we are not consistently using it in our healthcare systems. And I do appreciate, in times like this where there's, a lot of things going on in the world that might distract us, health might not be the top priority, but it should be, because the health of the people in our communities shouldn't only be important to us for their sake, it should also be important for us as a backbone for a strong economy. The Y4 Institute in Germany has just published a study, and they looked at a small subset of breast cancer patients, HER2-positive breast cancer patients, and identified it cost the 10 largest economy $91 billion in 1 year. And this loss comes from loss of employment and productivity. Now, they looked also at some of the products that are available, and just for our products, which is a small subset, they identified that we contribute 8 billion economic growth, patients that are treated early enough. 3/4 of the economic impact comes from patients that are treated early. And that again comes back to we need to shift our thinking towards early detection, prevention, early detection, and a different way of utilizing technology in the care delivery. So, now you're going to ask me what is needed to get there. And for me, it comes down to 3 very simple things, and I call them the 3 Ps. It's about people, policies, and partnerships. People that have the mindset to think about how can we do things differently? How can we embrace technology and utilize it in everything that we do? It's about policies and legal frameworks and incentives that drive the adoption of those technologies. And it's about partnerships, both on a public level, different ministries working together, making health a priority, but also public-private partnership, because there's a lot that the private sector can contribute. Now, as said at the very beginning, there is a time when we all like silence, but I think when it comes to this matter, it's not the time to be silent, because we should foster Europe to be a birthplace for innovation and the place where healthcare is a top priority for all of our governments. It's not just important for us as citizens, it's important for the economies as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting keynote. And now I have the pleasure of bringing us to the healthcare-related panel discussion. We are talking all about revolutionizing healthcare and bridging the digital divide while at it. I have 4 guests for this next panel discussion. We have the Estonian Minister of Health, Ms. Riina Sikkut. We will have the Regional Minister of Digitalization for the Capital Region of Spain, Mr. Miguel López Valverde Argueso. We have Dr. Mandana Ahmadi, who is a medical AI expert, and Roy Sternin, who is the founder and chief patients officer for Chronically. Please welcome them to the stage. Dear ministers, dear medical experts, we've got politics, we have the private sector, we've got the medical professionals here, so I'm very, very happy to have this panel discussion. Perhaps let's start with Minister Sikkut for the introductory remarks. When we talk about revolutionizing healthcare and bridging the digital divide, what is the Estonian perspective, the experience, and also the expectation for the future about this?
First, it's always very comfortable to discuss digitalization, e-solutions in healthcare, but at the same time, I have to admit that all the revolution and digitalization, it's nice, but the challenge is almost never in technology, but how to use it in healthcare provision. We have real nurses, real doctors, and real patients who have to make the adjustment. And if we want to achieve more patient-centeredness, better health outcomes, we need the technology to actually work for the patient outcomes. And this is difficult to achieve, and it actually means you have to test and try. You can, we'll implement technology, we'll change the law, but it's never enough. And I think there's a lot of myths, particularly if we look at outside, I don't know, Western Europe, that digitalization, it means digital skills from patient as well. With e-prescriptions, well, patients just have to go to the pharmacy. Previously, they went with a paper prescription. Now they just have an ID with them.
Somebody had to read that prescription somehow as well. Difficult,
yeah. A skill needed. but no digital skills from the patient is often needed. And it doesn't lose human contact in healthcare. You can dedicate your human time on patients who actually need you. There are a lot of things that can be automated without the human contact lost. And thirdly, the privacy, the security issues, that health data, it's very sensitive, and rather not digitalize. Maybe something happens, but we consciously have to say that, yes, new risks are involved, but these can be mitigated. It's not an unknown territory, and there are more gained from digital data that the risks we take. And honestly, personally, I can't understand why people post the pictures of their children online, but opt out from electronic medical record or refuse to discuss their health conditions with, I don't know, the nurse instead of family doctor. So what is so sensitive about it? It's partly like myth or something we are afraid that it almost never realizes. And since 1/5 of Estonian adult population has their genome data, and it was made available through online portal in July, I believe, we also thought that, a lot of anxiety we might receive, and people want to consult their doctor, family physician, but nothing really happens. So my diabetes risk is higher than average, cardiac disease risk lower, my caffeine metabolism is normal, and if you look at the pharmacogenomics, I should be careful with using warfarin, the anticoagulant. But you can know it. It's just genetic risk. It's not something that has to be kept secret or something that is dangerous. Rather, if I know it, my family doctor knows it, we can use the information to make better decisions in terms of my healthcare if I need anticoagulants one day.
And if you mentioned the privacy aspect in Estonia as well, where in the health portal you have this ability to block access to certain parts of data if you so choose for specific doctors, right? So even if I get a diagnosis from one doctor that I am schizophrenic and 50% of me disagree with that diagnosis, then I could block that access to that entry, right?
You can see who has access to your data, and you can turn off prescriptions, diagnosis. And my hypothesis is, yes, mental health conditions, maybe HIV, information about, I don't know, abortions. This is something that people want to, hold on to themselves. But it's not objective reason. It's involved with stigma. This is what in a society, these are decisions or diagnoses that we stigmatize. So if we work on societal level on accepting diagnosis, really, then there's no need for you to turn the data off from healthcare service providers. But as long as we can't discuss these issues freely in a society, I think in order to build trust towards digital solution, it's necessary. The patient owns the data, and it's his or her decision who he or she shares it with.
I suppose the topic of stigma brings us back to the dichotomy between technological revolution but human evolution, that just our own behaviorals will adapt to those solutions more slowly than other way around. Perhaps we can shed some more light on the situation of Spain, also widening the scope for Europe. You mentioned Western Europe as well. Can you share us more about what the situation is in Madrid in particular?
Okay, I don't know if we have the slides or I go...
Oh, yeah.
Yes, they are here. You can, I think you already skipped one.
Okay, we skipped one.
Yes.
Well, I am in charge of all, one of the things I am in charge as a regional minister, in charge of all the digital affairs within the region. That means that one of the biggest efforts I am doing is the healthcare sector. So, well, you can see in that slide, the 4 pillars we have. One is the digital administration, the second one is digital society, as you said before, and the last one is digital economy. So, regarding healthcare, in Madrid region has 35 hospitals, big hospitals. For them are over 1,000 beds. We have 424 primary care centers, and those are the figures for more than 46.5 million appointments in health in general in primary care facilities, over 500,000 different appointments in hospitals, and surgical. We have interactions. We have more than mainly for 500,000. So it's really a big the amount we are doing. And what we have done, we have used the technology and the utilization of all the model in order to be able to cope with our growth. Each year in Madrid region, we have 120,000 people, new people that come mainly from South America and other regions in Spain. That is going to stress our system. So what we do, we are using the digitalization of all the healthcare department as a Trojan horse. in order, because you can't go to change all the big healthcare department frontally, because we have in front of us 105,000 people. So it's really difficult. So we have to try to start using technology from down up in order to change it. We started working in the post-COVID period, because we had to grant people with the COVID certification, or COVID vaccine certification, and that was the beginning of everything. We create a unified repository of all the people, the 7 million people that live in Madrid, and then we work with the different processes, the different clinical pathways we have, in order that we can simplify for our professionals, also for our citizens or patients. It was really important because using technology, we've seen that for the last years, we have kidnapped our professionals using the technology, because it's really difficult for them to do what you said before, is try to speak with the patients, and through that empathy with the patients, it was really difficult. The third thing we did was we work in a regional perspective, creating a workstation for our clinicians. It depends on which service they worked, and they can see all the itinerary for the patients that they have enrolled in each services, and that was the thing we are working now. Also, we create the way that we manage with the citizens was really a physical way, but in the post-pandemic period, we create the virtual health card. It's a mobile phone application. It's a super app. It's considered a super app nowadays. Because one of the problems we had is mainly that in the primary care facilities, we have each year 55 million appointments. That is huge, because if we have a population of, say, 6-7 million people, and 55 or 45, we said also before, a million appointments, is 8 appointments per person in the country, and that is in the region. So that is really difficult to manage. We create, well, we see it afterwards, and then we create one of the biggest healthcare data lakes in Europe, in order that we can provide new services from that information we have of our patients. The next thing, well, this is the super app we have. We have mainly the information part, then also all the services related to the primary care facilities, and also the hospital ones. They are using each day, well, it's in a regular way, they are using it 3.5 million people. And we aim to achieve 5 million. That is mainly the population we have to attend, because the under 16 they have to go through the parents, and over 67 or 70 people, 78 years, they go. The family is the one that helps our older people. And that's what we've done. We've used digitalization. We are working on it. We are trying to change all our healthcare sector in using technology. And because this is one of the most innovative worlds, is the healthcare sector. I think that is a good tool that we've put in place for all of them, for the citizens, and for also professionals. Thank you.
I think this is terribly interesting. And before we move on, I will take a tiny bit of moderator's prerogative. I'm doing my PhD on interoperability and sort of digital transformation right now, looking at both unitary states and federal states. This brings me to the question, how is the collaboration with the other regions in Spain going, and where do you see is there a greater awareness these days for interoperability between the different regions, or are there still a lot of hurdles? Okay. How would you describe the situation?
I tell you, the model we have is we interoperate using the state node, all the different regions, and then the state nodes goes to the European level. So we are integrating. We interoperate with any system that uses the European node.
Awesome.
So we are interoperable, yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, you can use Estonian EID cards today already to activate digital prescriptions in Spain as well.
In Spain, is it Portugal?
Yes, if it's Portugal, we have Spain, Portugal, Croatia, also Estonia, and there are some Luxembourg, and there are other countries.
It's exciting stuff, but it still shows that a lot of these things must be initiated sort of on a case-by-case, solution-by-solution basis. So there's plenty of work, but also plenty of promising work that's already been done. Dr. Ahmadi, you are, of course, a medical AI expert. How do you view the developments in this space, especially from an AI side, of course?
Firstly, thanks for having me here, because it's good to see that industry and private sector is being progressively more recognized as a contributor to these fields. So I believe that digital health at a global scale is the future because of its fluidity and connectivity that it brings. However, the way the infrastructure currently is built does not easily allow for that. Usually hospitals, institutions, even academia, centers, these are like isolated silos that operate in isolation. And it makes it difficult for integration of new kinds of technology, life-saving technology, technology that can actually save a lot of money for the institution or for the government and so whatnot, to be integrated into the system. It also makes development a little bit difficult, which is a topic I can go further in. However, I believe to close the digital gap at a global level, it is best to think about it. This global health is a problem that is burdening all of us, so the solution for it also lies with all of us. So in order to accelerate development in that direction, our suggestion is to prioritize open source licensing and allowing data to be shared with what I would call good citizens. We don't need to anonymize data to be shared with everybody, but if there is a structure that allows this kind of data to be shared in an open source manner, so everybody gets to work on it, create new products, develop new things, find new patterns, and raise awareness about them, it can make a massive difference. I give a few examples of how such thing can help while we look at it at a global scale, but it has an impact at individual level. Think about COVID. COVID happened, of course, initially at a local, and then it became a pandemic all across the planet. Later, long time after, when everything was over and people could now sit down and sieve through data offline, they saw patterns of some people who had immunity to it, and then they could look into the genetic data of these people and really trace it back. Things that if data was allowed to be shared initially, it could have saved so many lives. It could have helped so much. Now, when I talk about open sourcing innovation, and when I talk about sharing anonymized data, everybody becomes a little, this is not everybody's cup of tea, because sometimes people think, well, what if it falls into the wrong hands? I really believe that is something with the right governance, one can actually implement it. And my co-founder, Bart, he has really good ideas on that front, how one can actually implement such a system so that development is not falling into the wrong hands. But think about it. As humans, we are seekers of information because we take information from the very young age. As soon as we open our eyes, we want to learn. And we use that learning, that information, to predict the world around us and use it to survive and thrive. Now, I bet this has been the dilemma of all humans, even when they found the first grain of rice. Oh, I found this patch of rice, should I keep it to my family or should I share it with others? I bet there were some who were fiercely guarding it and not sharing it with everybody and just using it for them. And there were others who thought, oh, let me take a step back from this zero-sum mentality and go to the win-win mentality and talk to others and put everybody together, and they became farmers. They started helping the population grow, and I bet that sharing was the seed of what a lot of evolution of human society and revolutions happen. Another example, and then I stop, is think about when Johannes Gutenberg, when he invented printing, he could have just held it to himself and say, okay, I'm going to build a fortune out of this. yeah, he could have done that, but instead he decided to share that with the world. And I'm sitting here, and we all sit here. All of this development, all of these things that's happening in the world is happening because as children, as teenagers, as adults, we could read books. These are things that people shared, their knowledge. The sharing was underpinning the transformation of human society. We know print made such a massive difference. And to us, and to me, data is like those lead bricks of the print. On its own, it doesn't mean much. It's soulless. There's nothing you can do about it. But if you actually use it and give it to people as tools, use the power of masses to transform this tiny, on its own, not much worth thing into technology, that's how we can then bridge the digital gap. We need to work together. There was this choir this morning, and it had this it really touched me. It had this beautiful sentence in there that all we have is leaning on each other's shoulders and moving forward. And I believe, yes, there will be people who will use it for the bad, but we can do something about it. We shouldn't let fear get into the way of us closing doors and guarding our patch of rice. So.
I think this feeds very nicely into the remarks of Minister Sikkut about trust versus then fear about how data is being handled. Again, right now, I think many people still have this question about whether health data should even be digital. I'm from Germany, that's a big struggle, you know, so number one, should it be digital at all? And then number two also, oh my God, could this be obfuscated and anonymized, but public? So this is one of those big questions that I think we as number one as national societies, but then also as global society must address. I'd like to come to Roy Sternen, who is both the founder and chief patients officer. My Star Wars fandom would say it should be C3PO, but you're just the CPO. But perhaps you can tell us more about what Chronically does and how this fits into the bigger discussion.
I think that, firstly, thank you so much. I'm super honored to be here. I think that I want to take a step back because I've been a startup founder, I've been in innovation, I've been in healthcare myself. I was unfortunate enough to be on all sides of the patient bed. And I must tell you, the patient side is really not a nice experience. I kind of took a step back and realized that innovation is super important, and digital health is super important, and health IT is the backbone of everything. But we have to remember that there are people on the other side, and that healthcare was created to heal and help people. And this is something that really bothers me, because I've been in a lot of conferences. Everybody's talking about AI in health and trendy stuff, and digital health is so trendy, and people are talking about DIGA now in Germany. But we forget the basic stuff like empathy, compassion, and what it is to be a patient in a system that is not built to help patients. It sounds strange, right? But if you think about it, and you need to be admitted to a hospital, even before any technology that comes around, the human touch will be very effective on the health outcome and on the diagnosis process. In an optimal medical interview, like history taking when a doctor is doing an anamnesia, 70% is the maximum that has been researched that can be achieved from the patient, extracted as information that is crucial for diagnosis. So of course, we need technology, we need decision support system, we need our doctors not to be able or need to click 1,000 times. That's the amount the doctor needs to click in a normal US-based visit. We need to use tools, but we need to remember there are people there. And what Chronically is trying to do is to create a movement that brings patient stories into industry and healthcare and decision-making in order to change it. And that's what I've been trying to do.
I mean, you mentioned some of those things, like everybody mentions AI. A couple of years, blockchain was in healthcare and in mobility and smart cities and everything. So I guess we are in that cycle once again. But if you would think about how to make a patient's journey as empathetic and human-centric as possible. What would you like to see more? And you can draw on your own experience as a patient, perhaps some best practice from around the world as well. We'll be grateful to hear your thoughts.
Absolutely. So I'm absolutely agreeing with the tremendous efforts in Madrid because it's very impressive. It's not quite often to see that you have one app that does it all, for example. And I must say that I was very touched also backstage with talking to your minister about patient centricity not as an empty phrase. And I think that patient centricity has become kind of, we have greenwashing, right? Right now it's sustainability. I call it blue washing. Everybody's talking about patient centricity, patient empowerment, but very little are doing it. And first and foremost, I think that in the 21st century, if I need to carry a folder with hundreds of paper to the doctor in a country that has the most advanced health IT, I come from Israel, so something is really wrong. So this is the first thing. We need ownership over our data. And when I'm talking about ownership, I'm talking firstly about access. I want to be able to understand what is my patient journey. How come that if I order a pizza from Domino's, I know exactly if the dough is being kneaded, if the cheese is on it, if somebody's taking it with the bike. But in healthcare, I can wait for months to a process or go to a surgery and have no idea what's the outcome of it or what's my prognosis. And I think that technology, when used in the right way, can alleviate this burden from healthcare professionals and allow more humanity in healthcare. And of course, as I mentioned before, decision support tools. There is no human other than a few savants in the world that can remember 32,000, if I'm not mistaken, ICD codes, diagnosis codes. Like, there is no doctor like this. And in my own experience, I've seen in my journey more than 40 doctors before I got diagnosed with the back then rare disease, which is now, due to COVID, is not so rare disease. I have something called POTS syndrome. That is a disruption of the autonomic nervous system. And there is a direct link that has been discovered between some viral infection and these dysregulations. And it's a 5 minutes diagnosis process that every doctor or nurse can do in their office just by taking blood pressure, standing up, lying down, sitting down. But nobody thought about it because there were no decision support tools. And we are dealing with biases in healthcare. We're dealing with biases with AI. But again, for me, the humanity is always the core of things.
Absolutely. Perhaps it would be good for the two ministers on stage to perhaps share not just the past and the recent present, but also the plans for the future. You know, where are we going from here to make sure that the blue washing is not just blue washing, but that actual action is being taken afterwards. Perhaps we start with Estonia and then talk about Madrid.
I'll start with where Roy finished, that in Estonia we are comfortable discussing e-health, but at the same time we lack patient representation. Yeah, we have good examples from hospitals with patient officers, but no, not systematically. I try to represent patient view since I'm not a medic, but it's not right. We need real patients to be involved in policy making, but this is one aspect that we should change in the future. But in addition to, I don't know, startup, smart e-health solutions, pilot things we test on European scale, we have to discuss the trust and risks involved in using health data. For example, in Estonia, basically everyone has 15 years of electronic medical records. We should use the data. But personally, I was really disappointed when European health data space compromise resulted in opt-out from secondary data use. Germany can be blamed, but opt-out from secondary data use. I own my data, so no one can use my data and come back to diagnose me or prescribe me something. But with anonymized data, synthesized data, obfuscated data, it's like a public good. it is used to in research, to develop new pharmaceuticals, new healthcare services, improved patient pathways in order for my children to benefit. And actually, I have no right to say that you can't use my data to improve service for others, whether in other countries, patients that we have, or patients in the future. And this is very difficult to explain and to agree on international level. So it's very nice that we can exchange patient summaries cross-border, but we should do more with the European patients' data.
I mean, it's a discussion, I suppose, that lives both on an international, but then also on a national level, right? What this reminds me of is this opt-in, opt-out question where some countries are still getting the decision wrong. I can talk about Germany. I'm not representing the country, thankfully, where recently the e-prescription was made compulsory, but the electronic health record was made opt-in.
Yes, and this, before you made the decision, I had very interesting discussion with German doctors, and I understand everyone likes choice. Everyone wants to give patient a choice, but as I emphasized, the choice has to be honest. You can't make you can choose to opt out from electronic health record, but then you have to accept, but in the future, where healthcare is more predictive, preventive and personal, you will be opt out from the new services. No one will manually digitalize 16 years of my health record, but you don't know what the innovation will bring, but it will use digital data. If you have opted out, then it's the choice you make. And if you give this honest choice to most patients, is that choice the same they make with just, do you want to share your data now or don't you? You have to look at the longer perspective, and you have to explain it to the patient.
Yeah, it gets us back to the dichotomy between treatment of private data with the private sector and the public sector. I mean, whenever Beyonce is getting her next child or something, we are happy to click accept all cookies within 2 seconds because we really need to know that news story. But when it's about saving potentially our own children's lives, seems to be a different thing.
No, we share nothing.
Yeah, excellent. What's the situation in Spain? More promising?
Well, what we are doing, we've been doing and working in the empathy with the patients, because all of us will be or have been a patient. So what we are doing is trying to do it easy for them. Many of the things that we've seen, and speaking with the doctors and with patients, is that people want to recover at home from an illness. And we are working, because we have 14,000 beds at hospital, but we are going to try to have the same number of beds at home. So that is really important thing to do. The other one, we are using AI for many things, good things in the healthcare department, and mainly, for example, we have a really nice project with also private-public project, because the technology is private, but we have used it. For our patients is the one we are using in the GP facilities, that we are trying to identify in a quick way or a fast way those symptoms related with rare diseases in pediatric world. That means that when a physician or a pediatric doesn't understand or doesn't see what it could be the diagnosis for that symptoms, we use the biggest, this is called Orphanet, the biggest rare diseases, not only pediatric, but also adult database we have in Europe, in order that with the symptoms, and they can give you the different possible diagnoses, in order that you can launch the pathways, the correct pathways for the patients. That is a really good thing, because you can reduce the time from 2 years to mainly minutes. And that is a really good thing we are doing. Also, we are going, another big project we are doing is with all the information we have from our patients, and for the clinicians, we are trying to scratch all the information in order that find the symptoms, diagnosis, and type of patient in order that the same thing we've done with rare diseases, do it for all type of diagnosis, for mainly primary care and also emergency facilities. And that is what we are doing. We are trying to simplify everything, and the third part is we are reducing the waiting list. What is really important thing for our patients. And then, as I told you, we are using the healthcare digital card in order that all the information, the patient have all the information of the treatments, of the pathways, and of the different models, as you said before. As you could say, it's a way you can see in which moment the patient is in the pathway or the clinical pathway that he's included.
Yeah. Wonderful.
So that is what we are doing. We have many things to do, because as I told before, we have to cope with that increase of population and also the amount of activity our physicians have, and with technology we are trying to help them on day-to-day basis.
I mean, we see also, this is part of the process of urbanization across the world, that there are fewer and fewer doctors available in the more rural regions. Telemedicine could be one of those stopgaps, but will it actually fulfill the demand of an aging population in most of Europe as well?
Yeah.
We look at the demographic curve, so there's a lot of stuff that's being thrown at us at the moment. Perhaps you could share with us some insights on where you see the technology move, perhaps also what role AI can play, whether it, bearing in mind the security and privacy concerns and everything, is it going to be mostly synthetic data? Do you see any pushes anywhere in the world for the opening up of real data, even if anonymized? Where do you think the world is going with this?
I believe sooner or later, every nation and every person will come to realize we need digital, we need AI in healthcare in order to address all the needs, the healthcare needs. We have an aging population, also because of environmental and many different factors. We have new diseases coming, known and unknown. It's a changing world. And yes, we are moving into that direction. I mean, we are building an ambient assistant for doctors, and there are some countries who would like us to bring it to them, where it acts as an assistant, which means it gives the doctor, it frees up the doctor's time to do exactly that, to be a human connection, empathy, the things that you need a human to deliver to a patient. And you're right, those are very important factors in the outcome of the patient's journey. Now, what they would also do, it means you can use this AI, our ambient AI system that will connect to many, many different AI agents, that each of them do something. When we talk about people, like, say, elderly people in rural areas, there are already solutions out there that there are wearables or there are other things that can take the vitals. And it's not a telemedicine as we know it today. These are new technology that we need to understand. We need to use them in a different way than a telephone in the old telephone consultation, you know. And they will have a lot of power to take the data, analyze, understand, communicate with each other so that one doctor can then serve a huge number of patients in a very connected way that currently it's impossible. Most people, when they think about AI, it's like how in the olden times when people wanted to build, say, a space shuttle or an airplane, they were building things that would flap its wings because the bird was the closest thing they had seen to flying. We need to understand, we need to think about AI in a different way. We cannot take the traditional ways of doing medicine and ask AI agents to replicate them. That is really, really not using its true power. So I think it will help, not just the global health, but at individual levels, for us to become a much healthier society, population as a human, not just physical. We're talking about mental health, physical health, economical health. All of these are connected to each other, to a person's well-being. And AI is there to help us, to support humans to get there.
In Estonia, we are approaching the festive season next month. I've already mentioned in one of the previous panels that the first snow has fallen overnight. Perhaps, Roy, if we can start with you and then come back this way. one small wish for the next couple of years in the area of digital health?
Firstly, I want to see that with every treatment we prescribe also a patient empowerment package. I think that there is an untapped power, not only in the health literacy, but also in the patient education, especially when you use the power of community too. And I've worked on a model called the patient school model that actually takes it all together and try to put it in the same place. Because I really think that there is still the human component of loneliness, and patients need to have a sense of hope, sense of direction, and sense of purpose. And if you just give them a medication and then the pharma is saying, oh, we don't have adherence to this medication, it's because we don't have the purpose of why and how to take it. Another wish is that patients will be part of the decision-making table. And what really annoys me, also I made this sin when I was a young digital health innovator, is to not ask patients what they need. And we assume, even if we do B2B, we assume that we do it for the doctors or nurses or other healthcare professionals, but it's always B2B2C. There are always patients in the cycle, and we never ask the patients. We never use patient-led innovation or patient insights. Another wish is that every organization that have any interface with patient whatsoever is to have a chief patient officer, or at least a patient in residence. And I've done it also myself in Austria and in Israel in capacities that showed that that can work. Thanks.
All right, we've got a tiny bit of time for the remaining wishes from the panel.
I'll be quick. So my wish is for us to be more patient and loving towards ourselves and not be driven by fear when it comes into deciding how we are going to develop, adopt, deploy, and use this kind of technology. Quick, because fear is the terminator of all good things. This is how the Roman Empire started to crumble. So we need to be careful. Democracy, sharing, being together, using each other's, leaning and trusting each other is more powerful than being frightened of a few. We are bigger than those few. We need to believe in that. My dream, my wish is for us to rise above that fear. That's what I want for Christmas.
Yep, I mean, the key to a good healthcare system is to be patient. That is true, yes.
Well, what I would like for the future, well, we have different goals we have to achieve. The first one, the ones I've told before. The other ones, this equation is really important, as you said before, is try to involve the researchers. The researchers are really important, and all the, as you said before, so the end of the data we have is bigger if we go to a European level. So we have to try, in this secondary use of data, we have to try to use and to collaborate with other countries, because that would we enrich all what we do. The other thing is also, if you have you say at the beginning, the patient at the middle or the center of everything, we have to go with also healthcare, with social care and education. And that is one of the things I'm trying to do from my perspective and the department I manage, is try to join all the information in order that you have a global view of the citizen. Maybe it's patient or no, but of the citizens. And that is what I'm going to try to do in the following year or a year and a half.
Fingers crossed. Minister Sikkut.
In terms of using digital solutions, I want to say, don't be a patient.
More urgency.
Yes, because the technology is here. We have to start testing and trying in a way that patients are involved. And it's not just a question of efficiency and the time healthcare workers can dedicate on it. You can achieve equity goals using digital tools. You can make smarter decisions with small steps. And we can actually revolutionize healthcare.
Let's do it. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your thoughts. Please put your hands together for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well. We have talked about the past and the present of healthcare. We've also discussed a tiny bit of the future. So now we get to talk about exploring the next frontier of healthcare together with Sam Glassenberg, who is the CEO of LevelX. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you.
Wow. Hi, everybody. That is by far the most generic title of a talk I've ever seen. We should fix that. Yeah, all right, this is better. Unleashing video game technology in healthcare from the battlefield to space. I think it's a little bit more descriptive. We'll go with that. And this is a subset, a selection of a talk I gave at a NATO event recently, talking about the applications of video game technology in healthcare. Essentially, over the last 30 years, the video games industry has distilled the neurochemical recipe for driving learning and driving behavior change among any audience. What we've essentially done is gotten to the point where the video games industry is 3 decades ahead of the state of the art in healthcare. It's a massive gap. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. And when we close that gap, we're able to really accelerate the adoption curve of new techniques, of new skills in healthcare. And in your home countries, your local video games industry is that secret asset you didn't know you had when you want to drive healthcare innovation. And I know you're not talking to your local video games industry, so over the course of the next 15 minutes, we're gonna fix that. A little bit about me. I've spent my career in the video games industry, companies like LucasArts and Microsoft making Star Wars games. They gave me a laser pointer. There's all this fog. Oh, I guess it doesn't really give you the Star Wars effect I was looking for. My team at Microsoft, our job was to figure out how do we make video game characters and video games look real. This was the best looking video game we had in 1989. And what we've managed to do in the video games business is every 5 years, we just hold on to Moore's Law, and we're able to create characters that look an order of magnitude more realistic. So when I joined Microsoft in 2001, this was the best looking video game character we had. He looks human, but he still looks very computer generated. And our goal was to go from this to this. So today, for 50 euros, I can buy a copy of Call of Duty. I can have a dozen soldiers on screen at once. I can zoom into the eye of one of the characters. This is the level of detail that we can create a character in a modern video game with all sorts of systems to simulate, make that eye look more realistic. Now, let's contrast this to the state of the art in medical training. Let's sit down in front of a $250,000 eye surgery simulator. It looks like it fell out of a gumball machine. For those of us that play video games, this is like 1995. And I think the bigger issue isn't just that that eye doesn't look realistic. It can't capture the rare, unforeseen scenarios that you would actually encounter in surgery that you're going to learn about on live human beings. And the second issue isn't just that it's not realistic, but when you think about where that $250,000 simulator lives, it's in a simulation center. Now, in the United States, we have about 200 of these for the entire country. So that means 90% of practicing doctors have no access to this on an ongoing basis. Now, we're very familiar with this model in the video games industry because we abandoned it 30 years ago. Nobody goes to the video arcade anymore. You have more compute power in your pocket than you had in all the training centers in the world in 1995. And so, I can't do live demos because we don't have a line to the stage, so we're just gonna do videos. So I run a company called LevelX that makes video games for doctors. Video play. Everything I'm showing you runs on a phone. So we have over 1 million medical professionals earning continuing education credit toward renewing their medical licenses by playing video games, where they cut, cauterize, inject, diagnose, treat a huge range of virtual patients. And all of this is available to them for free on their phones. Literally, like, you play these games on your phone. If you don't believe me, you can download them from the App Store. with soft tissues, and it can capture all the unforeseen bleeds and rare scenarios and so forth. And in addition to being able to run the technology on the phone, thanks to cloud gaming technology, a trauma surgeon in London can hop on a Zoom call with a surgeon in Kiev, and you can actually literally do surgery collaboratively over Zoom or Microsoft Teams, because we just simulate this in big data centers in the cloud. So this is an example of something we presented. This is also at the NATO conference. So all of this technology can, for example, be used in the battlefield. This is an example for extremely basic combat casualty care training that's in development. And here, this is literally like, the stories are terrible, but on the Ukrainian front lines, insufficiently trained medics, you literally are having soldiers lose life and limb simply because they don't know the basics of how to place a tourniquet. And so these are just examples of applying. We have the technology that can run on the phones they already have to be able to solve these problems. But essentially, this technology can be applied in any therapeutic area, not just surgery, also clinical, from cardiology to dermatology to pulmonology. Now, the technology is super cool, but it's important not to be distracted by the technology. Because like I said at the beginning, all of this is in the service of something more important, and that's what we call game design. Over the last 30 years, like I said, video game designers have figured out the neurochemical recipe for engaging audiences and driving behavior change. We have figured out how to hit the perfect balance of reward and frustration, challenge and skill, to literally maximize the release of neurochemicals in the brain to maximize learning. Example, Angry Birds. How many of you have played Angry Birds? Who hasn't played Angry Birds? Really? Else you haven't played? All right, that's your homework. You play Angry Birds. All right, why is this game so addictive? I was literally on the flight from Chicago yesterday. People are still playing this video game 10 years after it came out. Why is that? I want you to think back to the first time you played Angry Birds. What happened? Angry Bird hops in the slingshot. You aimed at the Tower of Pigs. What happened the first time you played? You missed. And what happened then? The pigs laughed at you. Why? This made you frustrated. Second bird hops in, you aim a little better, you fire, but you still miss, and you get more frustrated. Third bird hops in, you aim better, you fire, and it's glorious. There's explosions and animations, and the pigs go flying, and the music changes. All of this was deliberately designed to trigger a dopamine release in your brain that physically reinforced those neural connections you used on that last successful fire. This is why 2 hours later, you're firing that bird between two narrow obstacles at 50 meters, and why 80 hours later, you're still playing the game. Now, we didn't invent this neuromechanic in the video games industry. It's existed in the mammalian neuron for tens of millions of years. This is how our ancestors learned how to throw a spear. Miss, 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 frustration, frustration, hit, dopamine. All right, what are the neural connections that we just used on that last successful throw? Let's make those thicker. We're going to want to use those again. So in video games, we use this to train your brain how to predict a mental model of parabolic flight, but it goes well beyond that. We can use these same learning principles to help doctors develop complex mental models for diagnosing disease. So this is a puzzle game around diagnosing rare disease, where we're not going to reward you for guessing the right answer. You have to order the right tests. You have to ask the right questions to not only figure out what your patient has, but to also eliminate the other differentials. When we think about managing a difficult patient over time, balancing multiple comorbidities or side effects of different treatments, that's a strategy game. When we think about managing a ventilator or managing type 1 diabetes, that's a rhythm game. PEEP, pressure, volume, insulin, glucose. A player can develop a mental model of these complex systems that she would otherwise only develop through practice on live human beings. Now, the surgery stuff is obvious, but as you can see, this all extends well beyond surgery. So all of these techniques that we've been using on 3 billion unwitting players are just as effective on training doctors. And I learned this by accident. So I would love to say that Level X was games for doctors or some grand idea I had, but no, this all happened by accident. So I've had this impactful career in the video games industry, which essentially has made me the disgrace of my family because I come from a long line of doctors. My grandfather was a famous doctor, both of my parents. I'm the idiot who didn't go to medical school. And to show you how bad it got, in 2006, I accepted a technical Emmy on behalf of my team at Microsoft for pushing the cutting edge of video game graphics. It's not the Emmy they show on TV, it's the technical Emmys, but it's the same statue. That's me, that's Jensen Wang. We're accepting our Emmys. I call home to be like, hey, Mom and Dad, big deal, like I'm accepting it. And my father is an anesthesiologist. He answers the phone, without skipping a beat. He goes, Sam, that's very nice. But in this family, we only recognize Nobel Prizes. He goes, you're not yet 30 years old, you can still go to medical school. This is the world that I come from. You can't make this stuff up. So a few years later, he gives up and he says, all right, Sam, you're too old to go to medical school. Put all this gaming nonsense to good use. Make me a game to train my colleagues to do a fiber optic intubation. It's a tricky procedure. We only do it on difficult patients. Even experienced anesthesiologists will struggle with this if they haven't done enough cases. He goes, I don't want to drag anyone to the training center. Sam, make me a game they can play on their phones. I'm busy running one of the biggest game studios in Hollywood, but sure, Dad, out of guilt, I sit down for 3 weekends. I throw together a terrible little game. I upload it to the App Store. I don't think about it again. 2 years later, my dad calls me. Hey, Sam, how many people downloaded it? I go, Dad, I don't know how many of your friends downloaded your fiber optic laryngoscopy video game, but if you want, I'll check for you. So I went and I looked on iTunes, and I discovered there were 100,000 doctors, nurses, and airway specialists who've been playing the game. Thank you. So I Google it to try to understand how the hell this happened, and I discover, unbeknownst to me, they've been doing efficacy studies at medical schools all over the world that showed this little game I made for my father was drastically improving physician performance. So like I said, I would love to say this was some fantastic idea, less than just make your kids feel guilty when they don't accomplish what you want them to. So yeah, that was the motivation for starting Level X. What if it wasn't just me? What if we took the top video game developers, designers, artists who worked on everything from Mortal Kombat to Diner Dash, team them up with hundreds of physician advisors across every major therapeutic area in medicine to capture the challenges of the practice of medicine using video games. So now we work with most of the top 40 life science and med device companies to accelerate adoption of their products. We work with major medical societies and also NASA, which in a minute and a half, we'll see if we have time to tell this story. So all of this technology also works in space. So we've been working through a multi-year grant from NASA, we've been adapting this technology to help astronauts deal with medical emergencies in space. Scenario, you're 9 months into the Mars mission. One of the astronauts grabs his chest in microgravity, rolls over unconscious. What do you do? It's going to be the flight surgeon. It's always the flight surgeon. You've seen movies. Okay, so what do you do? So first, you're in a resource-constrained environment. The closest MRI, the closest CT scanner is billions of miles away. The only way you can image the heart or see inside the body at all is with ultrasound, which, as we all know, leaves much to be desired. There's no precedent. Your heart actually physically changes shape in microgravity. It becomes more spherical. How do I know that what I'm looking at is normal for an astronaut who's been in space for 9 months or abnormal? The next problem is there's no experts. Today on the ground in Houston, there's this radiologist, Dr. Soch Lagassin, who literally will they have an ultrasound rig on the International Space Station. Now, the astronauts don't know really how to use it, but he can direct them from Earth. So we can say, all right, give me 10 degrees to the left, push in, and you can look at it and you can get a sense of, you can help direct them. But if you're 9 months into the Mars mission, it can be literally 40 minutes for the speed of light to make the round trip. An ultrasound exam would take a day and a half. And so you can kind of see the analogy, some of the same challenges you have in resource-constrained environments here on Earth. So ultrasound is weird. Ultrasound plays by a different set of rules. Sound casts a shadow. You can actually see an echo. What we managed to do is trick the video game hardware, essentially, oh, you can turn that down. We don't need it. to essentially allow astronauts to train on real patient data. And we can literally take an MRI scan that's done on Earth, and we can simulate what that will look like after 9 months in space, visualized under ultrasound, also using the mechanics of game design to create all sorts of cool puzzles to help train your brain how to understand what things look like under ultrasound. So they cut a minute out of the talk because apparently we're running late. So, oh yeah, we launched a video game on the SpaceX mission last month. But yeah, these same things are useful, obviously in resource-constrained environments, in the military. The Israelis are using point-of-care ultrasound with great success as they to basically quickly diagnose conditions in the field. And yeah, so anyway, to learn more about this, you can feel free to follow me on LinkedIn. I'm always posting about crazy things that are happening at the intersection of medicine, healthcare, and AI. And like I said, I'm happy to help you work with your local video game developers to figure out how you can use these kinds of technologies and neuroscience to advance the practice of medicine in your country. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't know about you, but I thought that was super cool, extremely visual, very sort of easy and graspable and straightforward to understand. So that was very helpful about the next frontier of healthcare. I see that people are getting connected everywhere at Tallinn Digital Summit, standing together, having lunch and sharing a chat, which is great. We are now going to talk about another type of connectivity, namely from seabed to satellites and strengthening the next generation of connectivity. For that purpose, we have three excellent speakers. We've got the Director of Public Policy and AI Affairs team in EMEA of Amazon Web Service, Arnaud David. We've got the Country Director of Poland and Baltic countries for Thales, Magdalena Nizik. And we have the founder and CTO of Numergent, which is Ricardo Mendez. Please welcome them to the stage. Arnaud, let's start with you. How does what Amazon does in the area of connectivity feed into the vision of next-gen connectivity? What it is that you do?
So I would probably start with a sort of a broader point and try to echo the brilliant speech from the Prime Minister this morning. I mean, given the risk arising from the current geopolitical context, extension of the conflict also beyond the physical sphere and to the digital world. I mean, speed of assessment, speed of decision-making, decisive action is absolutely critical and key. So this is where technology, cloud, AI, and speed in connectivity would definitely matter, and matters actually. So on our side, so AWS provide cloud infrastructure services to hundreds of thousands of customers across the planet. And we believe that digitizing with the cloud provide this kind of benefits. So speed, agility, and that helps government and enterprise customer to focus on what is the most important and what deliver the most value, so they can continue to deliver on their mission in a secure and resilient and innovative way. So basically, in respect of the current circumstances, we have noticed that those that have the strongest digital foundations, including connectivity, have proven to be better resilient vis-à-vis these current circumstances. So one example that I would provide very briefly is what we have done with the Ukrainian government at the beginning, or even right before the beginning of the conflict, which was basically helping the government to secure their data so that the administration, the university, critical companies like banking and financial institutions can continue to operate their critical services. And with one key goal is, again, to make sure that the country can continue to live, citizens can continue to access that data. So it's a big lesson learned because of the sort of a public-private partnership. And as it was mentioned by the Prime Minister this morning, what the public partnership can bring in this area is super valuable. This has been highlighted quite recently by EU Commissioner designate Kubilius in the hearing in front of the European Parliament. We have a lot to learn from this type of experience. So this is basically what I would like to highlight today. So this new partnership can have multiple forms. Part of it can be a bit more diplomatic. It's strengthening ties with allies. NATO, for instance, this country is the hometown of a cybersecurity development center. It's one part of it. The other part of the cooperation is, of course, with company and technology provider. And you have a few representation of these technology providers today. We could do more and more together. It's a super important thing to have in mind. And maybe I will finish with one more positive aspect after this sort of, let's say, short introduction, which is also AI is a super opportunity. It's an opportunity because we see more and more of the organizations that I've mentioned that are integrating AI in their long-term strategy. And this will help this organization, and are currently helping this organization, to move faster, more efficiently as well, to delivering on their mission. You can think about a lot of different things. Productivity is one, but security is another. So embedding AI and Gen AI in the internal processes is absolutely key. Think about the security administrator, for instance, how they can automate things a little bit faster so that they can concentrate on critical aspect of their mission. So AI is definitely a good opportunity, but again, coming back to the Prime Minister's speech this morning, more collaboration, leveraging the power of digital technology can help Europe to be more competitive and also more secure and resilient.
If I could raise some quick fire questions before we head to the next introductory remarks. You mentioned, of course, both optimism and collective resilience as well. And if we look at emerging technologies, where do you see the primary either technologies that support our collective resilience, but also that may challenge or threaten it?
So I will probably link to what I've just said about AI. It's an opportunity, and sometimes, yes, it can be a challenge because it's also a sort of a new technology. But with respect to the opportunity, it's probably a bit bigger than the challenges, at least for the moment, particularly in Europe, because we have also now a framework that helps to think through the possible challenges. But with respect to the opportunity, as I said, it's really making available the power of AI and the ease of use of this technology at the service of every citizen, every company, every organization. So that's a fantastic opportunity for all these different enterprises, governments, and particularly in the field of cybersecurity and resilience, because this allows also to have a more proactive approach with respect to cybersecurity threats. This allows also to prioritize also the different work and aspect of these security teams. Just to give you a couple of examples in terms of trends and what we see, what our customers are currently doing is embedding generative AI in their security practices to come faster with generating more complex passwords, for instance, to protect their different workloads. Also, and I was speaking about this morning, we have a customer at the moment that is interestingly leveraging different Gen AI models to develop their own Gen AI models to digest all the cyber threats that they have been facing so far, and then to be able to turn it into prediction. So I think that's also super important to see how this can be used in a more proactive way and not just being reactive. So that's something that, seems quite important.
I think we may be talking about the same person here. You already sort of mentioned it on the side, the role of policymakers and international organizations such as the EU. What are they supposed to do about sort of addressing AI-related risks? Is there a particular framework or guideline that you have in mind? Anything that is being developed or has not been done where you would appreciate more guidance? Anything like that?
I think in terms of guidance, we have everything, particularly in Europe, what we need, and it's an interesting and welcome development. I think now the effort is more about focusing on what would matter the most to ensure Europe's competitiveness and again security and resilience. We have, let's say, plenty of norms that have been adopted quite recently in the field of AI, the AI Act, in the field of cybersecurity. The NIS2 directive, the Cyber Resilience Act, the Cybersecurity Act, just to name a few, and GDPR as well, even if it's now quite old. And I think it's important to allow all the companies and government to navigate the complexity of this legislation and to ensure a certain level of harmonization and consistency. And to think about the teams that in all of our company are in charge of implementing this requirement, converting this requirement into operational practices, and so making sure that they will do that in a very efficient way. To give you an example, I mean, one of the new big area coming from this regulation in the field of cybersecurity is to notify cybersecurity incidents efficiently. But you have this requirement in a lot of different regulation. Sectorial regulation like DORA, more horizontal regulation like NIS2. So having more consistency between this legislation to avoid overlap of conflicting requirements is something that would help a lot and will accelerate a little bit the mechanism. And this is the goal of the European Commission, the new Commission, the next Commission, which is also to simplify a little bit this aspect and to make it easier for companies. So that's super important. Overall, these rules and any additional rules needs to be technology neutral and risk-based. Why? It's just not a simple expression. Risk-based means each companies, they have their own challenge. And they need a solution that is solutions that are adapted to their specific environment. So they need to be in the driving seat and to make their own assessment, and then to align the right measures based on the risk. And lastly, I would say the key measure that is important, and it's linked to the competitiveness goal, is to incentivize the investment and the technology adoption. So the technology is here. I mean, you have here companies that provide technologies, but we need also to foster a culture of adoption, moving faster, adopting faster so that you can innovate more. So that's definitely something that is needed.
You just mentioned, sort of, by the way, that the GDPR is getting quite old, and I just thought back, like, Jesus Christ, yeah, it is getting old. I mean, we've got EIDAS 2, you know, sort of in the implementation phase now. Are we going to see GDPR 2, 3, and 4 soon? Who knows? Last but not least, you mentioned adoption. Can you sort of reveal a small roadmap of what ensuring resilience and connectivity would look like, perhaps in a minute and a half?
So it's it's a difficult question in 1 minute and a half, but yeah, it's really about, let's say, policy from procurement to investment policy that would foster this adoption, encourage companies to invest more. That's important for Europe. As a company ourselves, we have invested significantly in Europe in cloud infrastructure. And even quite recently in Spain, or even in Germany with our recent investment called the AWS Sovereign Cloud. It's a completely new cloud infrastructure that we are building in Germany with a sort of completely segregated from our let's say, global cloud, and again to address our customers' sovereignty needs. So it's important again to come to facilitate, to measures that facilitate investment more and more, and also for the purpose of increasing innovation, facilitating exchange of data, particularly that is needed for AI, and ultimately as well, so that this works well to ensure that we have fast connectivity. We are also investing in that with at the Amazon level with the Project Kuiper, the project of launching 3,000 satellite, low Earth orbit satellite to ensure broadband connectivity and accessibility for everyone.
Yeah, so you've got land-based, you've got cloud, and then you've got satellites as well. Good stuff. Magdalena, perhaps you can take over and tell us more about how Thales fits into the equation and what your contribution to this topic is. And you brought slides.
I've got slides. They are more to illustrate what I'm going to talk about. First of all, I'm very glad I have the opportunity to participate in this panel. And, you know, as you know, Thales is a security company. However, I'm here to talk about maybe an unpleasant topic, which is to talk about the war. Because at war, in the combat, connectivity and cybersecurity are now of ever-growing importance. Right now, you know, we heard about during the war in Ukraine that 10 command posts were destroyed during just 18 months. And when we were reading and hearing about all of those dead generals, it is because their command posts were detected, targeted, and destroyed. Why? Well, because the enemy on both sides is getting more and more savvy with tools like electronic warfare, all kinds of detection devices, and they can very much, I would say, detect, target, and destroy your command posts. The issue is that up to date, the command posts and their connectivity was very static. You know, you had to put up a tent, you had to put up all of those cables. It took you a day, you know. But then after one day, you learned, oh gosh, I have to move because I might have been detected. So you take another day to, you know, to disassemble it so your command post doesn't really get to fight. So right now, there is a huge need for, first of all, greater mobility, greater connectivity and network resilience, greater simplification, so to very quickly assemble and disassemble, and better to be a command post on the move, to be interoperable with NATO and other doctrines, because right now we know that many forces fight together and they have to be interoperable. And we have to understand that with many different forces deployed, you know, the whole network, the whole connectivity is as resilient as the weakest node in the system. And then, of course, stealth, which means that it is not susceptible to detection. Right now, the doctrine is evolving, so we are getting larger and larger deployments that are mobile, and they have to use everything they can find to connect, including unsafe networks, including civil networks, whatever it is that they can use. Of course, I'm not going to right now read everything what is in here. However, what is very important that now the command posts are mobile, no more tents. They are usually on the vehicles. The C2 systems are changing. There is a hybridization, meaning that you use both military and civil networks. You use clouds, as my predecessor said, you use clouds to be able to store the data and to make the data accessible to everyone. And then, of course, your command post is going to be still attacked. So you still need some conventional and unconventional air defense. You talked about satellites. Yes, so the military satellite communication is still, I would say, the default mode of communication, with ports being on board submarines, vehicles, or flying planes. Yes, cloud servers, such as the Thales Dragon cloud server, are used to be accessed by any possible means of communications and connectivity available. It could be radios, it could be private 5G, it could be line of sight, it could be low orbit satellites, but also some widely accessible 5G networks, of Orange or, what is also very important, that maybe I will skip it, that everybody can access the cloud, and everybody, regardless of where they are and at what level they are, they have access to the same information. From the ground deployment to the headquarters, they all access the same information. So everybody who is visible on this picture, they have the same data to make decisions. Yes, also we can have synchronized 3D maps where we can plan our actions, where we can also exercise, so we can have simulations, and it's all available in this cloud. And then, of course, like any network, you have to take care of the cybersecurity, which, of course, you have to have sensors to detect your threats. You have to have systems for access control, and you have to also have encryption, firewalls to protect your data, and analyze the threats, and have the right architecture. And then, last but not least, if your command post gets detected, you have to do everything in your power to protect it, to fight, to prevent it from destruction. And in that, of course, in combat, you have some conventional ground-based air defense, so you would have a radar to detect a plane, helicopter, a drone, but also unconventional systems for very small targets, like very small drones. And maybe some kind of an interesting information, Thales has a system that's called Parade, counter-UAS system, that was used first for the civilian application during the France Olympics this year, where all of the stadiums were protected in this way. Of course, we didn't have the last element, which is the gun and the grenade, because you cannot use those with civilians and in heavy populated areas such as stadiums. However, for sure we had high energy weapons and jamming devices to neutralize the drones that could really harm the stadium. And the same thing is applicable to command post, especially when it is in cities, for example, somewhere headquarter based. So you can use a variety of protection against it. So yes, the connectivity, cloud, cyber has gone very deeply into the theater of war. It makes it better for decision making. It makes it faster, more intelligent, with sharing with your allies. However, it makes it more susceptible to being detected, targeted, and destroyed. So that's why it's so important in this aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, cool stuff. I mean, plenty of takeaways there for me. Number one, the potential interaction with military doctrine. You know that you now have more resilient, more mobile outposts like this. Number two, of course, the civilian use as well that you mentioned is quite relevant. I was reminded of the provision of mobile saunas to Ukraine from Estonia, which is another kind of connectivity bringing humans together. But that this mobile nature of some parts of the front, it's extremely relevant. Let's head on over to Ricardo. Perhaps you can tell us more about how your work at Numergent fits into this discussion.
Sure. Actually, I find it interesting that it seems like we're all coming at this from very different angles, because a lot of what I have been involved with on the past few years is mostly a focus on the social side of resilience. Now, if the clicker worked, this would be easier. Oh, there we go. Because one project an area that we have been very focused on is decentralized systems, effectively, and how they're more robust, not only technically, which is one of the areas that people tend to hype, but also socially. Basically, how they can have a measure of resilience against being turned against their own users. Now, decentralization has become a little bit of a dirty word in some circles, mostly because of how strongly it got associated with crypto assets and the massive blow-ups that we had in 2022. Now, even though these were all related to crypto and reward, and they called this as decentralized, well, they didn't blow up because of a lack of regulation, right? These were all companies that were operating from regulated jurisdictions. And while they were all related to, in a way or another, to lending, at the same time that they were blowing themselves up, there were other projects like Aave Maker that were in the same space, and they kept operating as well. Now, it's going to be no surprise, given the dimension of decentralization, that what killed all these companies were actually centralization issues. At every single case, there was a centralization point that basically made a decision that went against the users while portraying themselves as something that should be trusted, including companies that were lending out assets of depositors that were in a completely unsecured way. While on these other protocols, Aave and Maker, if somebody wanted to borrow, they had to over-collateralize their loan. There was nobody that they could make a pinky promise to that we swear we're gonna pay you back. And because of the transparency of these protocols, anybody could see what was going on. Not only anybody could see that these loans were over-collateralized, but you could actually see these companies paying back, the failing companies paying back the loans that they had so that they could salvage something from this debacle. And so the reason why these companies fail is because actually any form of centralization is a honeypot. It is going to be something that is attractive for attackers to go to. And decentralized systems are not only more robust technically, but against organizational malfeasance, because the transparency makes it obvious if there are some shenanigans going on. This means that their whole structure can provide a measure of social resilience. And that social resilience is actually what I find the most interesting. So I actually want to talk about social networking a little bit. I'm curious quickly, who here is on Blue Sky already, or who has heard? Nice score, not a high number. Well, Blue Sky is a decentralized social network that doesn't feel like one, actually. It feels more like Twitter did back in the old days when it was still sane. There's no general consensus, there's no blockchain involved, it is much closer to the web. I can't go into the architecture right now, but I'm happy to discuss this offline. And they aim to have these multiple problems that come from centralization. One of them is opaque algorithms, which prioritize the content that user sees based on whatever own secret criteria that they decide, and that they try to that they are usually aimed towards maximizing engagement. The second are problems that come from centralized moderation. Now, centralized moderation can be good, right? You don't want people advocating hate or calling each other's lords or anything like this, but it can lead to problems when, say, a capricious owner decides that they don't want to be called cisgender, turn it into a hate slur, and this affects every single user on the network. Now, these two things combined, the impact that they have on the social network is that they limit the perspectives because they limit the content that people are consuming, and they also limit the things that people feel comfortable discussing. And this creates a monoculture, and monocultures are very fragile things and very easily wiped out by a virus. Blue Sky addresses this in multiple ways. First, there's no single algorithm. There is a algorithmic feed called Discover, but users are not forced into it. Actually, anybody can create their own feed by whatever criteria they decide, and people can subscribe to any feed that they choose. Say, feed from people that you follow, who are usually quiet, or feeds that amplify content by Black creators, for example. They also, while Blue Sky does provide some baseline moderation, they have a system of composable moderation, where people get to create labels for posts or for creators, and anybody can subscribe to any labeler. The reason why composable moderation is important is because Blue Sky's basic moderation of no hate, no call to violence, etc., can be expected to cover everything somebody may not want on their feed. For instance, somebody may not want to see a single mention of cryptocurrencies, even though they follow the poster. Or they may want to have a warning if a post that they're seeing comes from somebody who has a history of making misleading posts, even if the current post is factual. As I mentioned, anybody can make a labeler, anybody can subscribe to a labeler, which actually leads to people having basically their own view of what is on the network. Because I don't think that these are just neat features. These are fundamental differences. When you combine them, when you add them on top of each other, not only are users going to end up with a personalized view of the network, but with a view of the network that they chose themselves. It is a network in which they actually decide where they end up leading their attention, and the network doesn't choose their context. The network also doesn't choose what sort of stuff they're going to feed to every user that they want to promote a particular view towards. And I also think that this is likely to have a positive impact on the spread of disinformation, because there is no single algorithm that a propagandist can show up and hope to game in order to get access to the entirety of the network. But more importantly, I think that even small mutations, even a small delta on the content that people consume, can have a significant positive impact on the network, because it's going to diversify the perspective gene pool. Now, of course, Blue Sky could turn evil tomorrow and decide to turn all these features off when they get acquired. But how they approach this is by solving the third major problem, which is lock-in. They do this because Blue Sky is built on the Authenticated Transfer Protocol, which is meant to power decentralized content networks. This means that anyone can host their own data storage. They don't need to rely on Blue Sky, even though they currently host the data for most users on the network. And they can do this permissionlessly. And by doing this, they still get fully integrated on the network. They don't get any loss of social graph. The reason why they can expect this to continue to work, even if Blue Sky, the company, were to turn evil, it is because Blue Sky, the application, is nothing but a view on the AT Proto network. And given that anybody can offer the same service and the same access to users through their own application without any loss of data, any loss of social graph, any loss of identity even, then Blue Sky is disincentivized from acting benevolent towards users and then just turning against them once they have grown enough. And this basically means that a billionaire could show up and show the GDP of Estonia at acquiring the platform, and they would still not get full control over it. They would just only control a single access point. And that is because the protocol itself does not trust Blue Sky. Why I think these things are crucial is because any large enough network is going to be an attractive target to co-opt eventually. The possibility of driving the perspective of dozens or hundreds of millions is just too appealing. So you cannot rely on having the right person in charge or having a benevolent donor. User control needs to be built in from the start. Now, while this gives Blue Sky other advantages, it also circumvents a potentially thorny problem, which is that data can be a liability. Given that any any large enough system, centralized system is a honeypot, you actually, if you distribute your data to the users on the network instead of, and let them choose who to share it with and how, then you're making your system a lot more resilient towards attacks. This is not just theoretical, right? The startup, the startup called Bendel, which, full disclosure, I advise since they founded in 2020 until it got acquired this year by Eden2 here in Europe. They built the largest self-sovereign identity on the network, on the United States, connecting hundreds and hundreds of companies, all verifying information for users from the COVID vaccination certificates to user identity. During those 4 years, they did not get penetrated once. They didn't leak any data because any attacker would have had to access every single user device in order to get access to the individual user's data. Why this is important is because we're not just talking about technical systems. We're talking about human networks. And humans slip up. Humans can be co-opted. Humans can be coerced. And while I don't think that we can ever fully remove trust from any complex system, I do think that we can reduce trust by decentralizing. And the less trust is required on a system, the more robust it is going to be. Thanks.
Awesome, thank you so much. I believe we only have a handful of minutes left. So what I would like to do with the three of you, because as you rightly said, we are approaching the same topic from very different angles. I would like to bring us all towards the area of conflict for just a minute, where both social networks and of course military command posts and of course data infrastructure, server infrastructure all play a role. If we look at the current conflict situation globally, and if we want to zoom into particular conflicts, you are free to do that as well. Where do you see your areas of expertise moving over the coming couple of years? I think is the only informed, semi-informed decision that we can make. But any thoughts on where you think your particular spaces are moving? Arno, maybe we'll start with you.
I mean, very quickly moving, I think, in a way that is, I see, personally positive for the organization that are leveraging the power of the cloud, is that this type of infrastructure is, at least our infrastructure, is secure by design, by default. And so I believe that, and we believe that the cloud is a fantastic security enabler. So moving forward, if we think about various type of organization in government that wants to not only being able to use simple tools to secure their data, or if they are more sophisticated, to do it also, so to build very complex systems, they can do that with the cloud. So again, easy access and use to this type of technology. So that's one aspect of it. So security again. And then you have the resilience piece, which is, I mean, given you are relying on infrastructure that are interconnected and redundant, this ensures, again, the sort of survivability. It's not a beautiful term, but at least in terms of image, that's important to remember. Survivability of the data, regardless of these geopolitical risks. So I think it's more or less what I would have in mind.
Just brief follow-up, would you say that most politicians are quite switched on with regards to that terminology, or do you think there's still a bit of educational work to be done?
I think, at least in Europe, but maybe also in other parts of the world, I mean, resilience is important. I mean, we have seen that during the current Commission's term, where resilience was one of the most important objectives with respect to the security goals. So that's something that is important, and this is not this has not to be taken in isolation. You probably remember that the current Commission set very ambitious goals for 2030, digital targets. So cloud adoption is one, connectivity is another. So it's a combination of different factors. But I think the resilience is more the goal than a means. The means is, again, cloud accession, high-speed connectivity, sort of a big grid of nodes, connecting nodes, edge computing point, and this kind of things. This is what was in the Commission strategy.
Yeah, Magdalena.
Yes, so I will take it from, I would say, more of a technical problem resolution. Coming from the phenomenon that I was trying to describe in how the connectivity is becoming more hybrid. So, defense, military is no longer such a black box, with separate everything, separate 5G, allies networks, etc., military internet. Now, because of the fast-changing environment, because of detectability, because of mobility, data and networks, military and civil, they become intertwined. And especially, when we look at the cloud solutions where the cloud is fed by both civil and military networks, when the data is both coming from the military and civil works, the question is, how do we still protect classified information? How do you still protect military data when we have pools of data with everything all together? So to explain the concept that is now being thought about is that every single specific data will have their ID card. It will no longer be protected, this data pool, that data pool, but they will all have like their mini ID cards and saying, I'm military, I am national secret, I am open, because we are seeing more and more situations, in the networks, but also, for example, in the aerospace, in the aerospace control systems, how the data from civil radars is connected with the military radars. So right now, we can no longer think of pools of data and protect data as pools. We have to protect and be able to identify individual pieces of data and protect it like that. It's much more complicated. However, because the whole world, there is such a blurry boundary because of hybrid war, critical infrastructure, we have to do that. We cannot divide so strictly defense and civil anymore. We have to find IT solutions to keep it together.
Yep, absolutely. And Arnaud already mentioned the resilience aspect, which in this sense was more pointing at the technological perspective, but also we're talking about democratic and social resilience as well, which probably where you fit in quite nicely. Where do you think all of this is moving, and do you with the user base of the network at the moment, is it mostly based in Europe, or how do we see all of these distributions going on?
Good question. Now, first of all, I'm not part of the Blue Sky team. I'm not an investor. I'm just here as a huge fan of how they're going about things, just to make
it's a point worthy of discussion either way, because
yes.
we see it's on the rise. So I take your point.
Now, one great thing that Elon Musk has done is that he has kind of like become a pro bono chief growth officer for Blue Sky. Every time he blows something up at Twitter, you get millions of people signing up. The last numbers that I saw, the network had a very large cluster of Brazilian and Japanese users. That seems to be balancing out worldwide. Particularly after the US election, they have been getting a large influx of users, where I think the network has pretty much doubled in size in about a month. The last number I saw was closer to 19, 20 millions. So it is quite a globally distributed, quite a globally distributed community at this point. You asked originally about conflict and how this can help up to a point. We had speakers earlier talking about helping in the front lines of Israel and Ukraine. Wondering about the impact of controlling your attention through something like this seems almost like a first world problem.
Yeah.
But up to a point, you have to wonder how much of what we are seeing now in first world countries actually comes from an informational divide, basically. People are exposed to a certain silo of content that shapes their perspective. And while you cannot force people to care about having an outside perspective, you can't force people to fact check the stuff that they're seeing. They could be saying a content warning label and still disregard the label as propaganda from the opposition, right? At the very least, I do think that these systems that help people control their attention can make it harder for others to intend to deceive them. People can still deceive themselves quite well. They have been doing that since before we had social networks. But at the very least, this is going to stop, or is going to make reaching them by outsiders much harder.
Yeah, I mean, information warfare is one of the layers of hybrid warfare these days. So couldn't agree more. Also, I was reminded of not just information consumption, but also the provision of information when the war in Ukraine intensified 2.5 years ago. That the Ukrainian government moved quite fast to enable citizens to notify the defense forces of enemy troop movements, where for a brief moment in time there was a conversation about whether that would make citizens enemy combatants or not. So again, we are seeing the blurring of the lines between the civilian information space and the defense one.
And actually, now that you mention Ukraine, I do think that particularly in the early stages of the war, Ukrainians themselves, like Ukrainian citizens, did a sensational work of presenting to the world what was going on precisely through their own perspectives on social media, from TikTok to Twitter to anything. Right? Yeah. So I do think that this has a sensational example in the future. You just want to make sure that this is happening through a network where those perspectives can't easily be censored.
Yeah. Yeah, throughout history, throughout the last 150 years or so, we've seen that every single war that comes and goes progressively becomes always the most widely covered in terms of media reach war in the world, and so the wealth of information that we receive out of these conflict zones is getting more and more immense. I'm afraid that this is very roughly the time that we have left for this panel. I would like to personally thank you very much for sharing your thoughts from very different perspectives on a very important topic. Please join me in putting your hands together and thanking the panelists. Thank you very much. I am now sort of handing over the stage for a longer while. We have a panel discussion on cybersecurity as a catalyst of the Central Eastern European digital economy. But before that, the person who will moderate that panel discussion will give a digital coalition report launch as well. His name is Michal Kanownik, and he is the president of the Digital Poland Association and initiator of the CEE Digital Coalition. Please welcome him to the stage for the report launch. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Sincere apologies. My sincere apologies. We have a coffee break first. Enjoy the coffee. Thank you very much for being with us, and I've already sort of given you a small teaser of what you can expect before we had the coffee break. We will have a panel discussion right after this first intervention by the President of Digital Poland Association and the initiator of the Central Eastern European Digital Coalition, Michał Kanownik, and he will launch the report of the CEE Digital Coalition. So please welcome him to the stage. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be in Tallinn and speak about our report, position of digital industry in CEE region. Today, I would like to say a few words about our report, our conclusions from our report about the impact of ICT sector on economies in CEE countries. The report was prepared by PwC together with us as a CEE Digital Coalition. And first of all, few words, who are we and why we are interested in industry in this region, and what is the role of ICT sector in our economies across the region. We are an informal group of NTAs, national trade organizations, from all countries across whole CEE region, from Croatia, Slovenia, Romania, Bulgaria, Czechia, Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Ukraine and Moldova. And last 4 years, we're trying to build a strong one voice of digital industry in this region. We are trying to build some kind of think tank supporting for our governments to build a common understanding our needs in this region, to build a strong voice of our region in public discussion in Europe about all the most important, more crucial regulations on the global digital market. This year, we prepared our annual report about impact of ICT sector on our economies, and we tried to focus on 3 most important technologies, which will be crucial for our region in the next few years. And one of these technologies for sure was cybersecurity. Absolutely, it's obvious that this is right now one of the hottest topics in whole Europe. Especially in our region, especially in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, we are absolutely the first countries on the front line, frankly speaking. So we have a big experience in this area. But first, 3 numbers, which is 1 very bad and 2 very good numbers from our report. First, good number. Wrong number, is a DESI index, and position of our countries from CEE region in DESI index in Europe. And definitely we are lower than we would like to be in this DESI index. As you can see, only, frankly speaking, Estonia, Slovenia, and Lithuania is over the EU average. Rest of our countries in the region is above, and for sure we have to speed up in this digital transformation. And 2 very good numbers from our report. First, the share of employment in ICT sector in our part of Europe is on a higher level than in Western Europe. And second very good number is the number of enterprises in ICT sector per 1,000 inhabitants in our CEE region is more than Western Europe. Why? Our young people, young engineers, are very open and very open for new opportunities to creating new businesses, new products, new solutions in digital era. Why? Why we are on the such good position if we are talking about new companies in this area. First, we have increasing research and development efforts in our region, in all countries in this region. The development of digital infrastructure, we have a new one, frankly speaking, than Western Europe. So we have a huge potential in this area. Third point, growing number of investments in IT sector, private investments and public investments, and economic stability in C countries. This is four, in my opinion, the most important points in this issue. But we have a lot of challenges right now in the region, and few of them. Further investment in digital infrastructure. Of course, we have quite a new infrastructure, but for sure we have to prepare much more investment in this area to keep our development in this sector. Raising awareness of the digital economy. This is an absolutely crucial thing that we have to build understanding what for we need investments in digital technology, digital transformation. Conscious absorption of emerging tools and technologies across whole economy, from the public sector till the smallest companies right now. And addressing the shortage of the skilled ICT specialists is an absolutely huge problem in whole Europe, in our region especially. Absolutely, we need much more people to work in the ICT sector than today. And we have to create common tools, common solutions, how to prepare our region to this problem. And last but not least, closer cooperation between all C countries. This is a crucial role of our coalition, to build awareness that we need a very strong common voice of our region in discussion in Brussels, to explain what is our needs, our business as a region in the European level. Cybersecurity, as I mentioned before, this is absolutely crucial topic right now for whole region, for whole Europe. There you have see a few numbers from the Estonian market. Last year, over 3,300 cyber incidents with an impact in 2023. In Poland, for example, right now, every week we have noticed over 1,000 incidents every week, over 1,000. So this is absolutely crucial thing to prepare our infrastructure, our economies, our society to this huge risk around this. Sharp increase in cyber fraud, inflicting financial damages at least 8.5 million only in Slovenia. So you can notice that this is a huge problem for whole region, and we have to find a common solutions how to prepare our region, our Europe, to cybersecurity threats. What is the very good information from our report? That cybersecurity is a crucial topic for administration, for small companies and from big companies across the region. So this is a really very high level of understanding that cybersecurity is crucial for our development. Of course, next year, next few years, the level of awareness, level of understanding of cybersecurity will still increasing in our region. What is the crucial for us in this area? That next few years, spending by companies and public institutions in Europe will increase by over 20% per year. So this is the best evidence that we in whole Europe, we are on a very good level of understanding that cybersecurity is right now crucial for us, and we have to invest in this area as soon as possible and to prepare our economy, our society to this new situation. This is the two evidences that from the administration on the European level and C regional level, the cybersecurity is crucial. First, it's from the Brussels level, Ursula von der Leyen and her words, absolutely she understood that cybersecurity and digital transformation for Europe is crucial to keep Europe in on the top positions on the global market in actual economy. And for CE region, this is absolutely crucial evidence that even in the Free Cities Initiative summit in Vilnius this year, cybersecurity, digital transformation was one of the three most important topics for this region. So you can notice that for everybody, Cybersecurity, digital transformation for this region is crucial right now. But what is the crucial few points from our side, from our report, for the future in this area? Shortage of experts and specialists in the field of cybersecurity, as I mentioned, this is in my opinion, the biggest problem for our region, how to prepare IT specialists to this challenge. Need for even closer cooperation and coordination between the public and private sector. Only with this private-public partnership we can build a strong digital industry in this region. Given the growing threat, cybersecurity should be considered an overarching priority for the state and the entire economy, not just the telecommunications sector. Cybersecurity transformation is crucial for whole economy, not only for one or second sector in our country. Standards and expectations should be clear and as high as possible. Existing frameworks should serve as universally recognized foundation for development and implementation of key cybersecurity regulations. For example, should be achieved fast, but with sufficient caution. Of course, we can talk a lot of reports, not only cybersecurity, but two more crucial technologies from our report for this region is cloud and AI. Of course, you can find at this link a full report. We're open for any comments, any questions, any suggestions to this report. So please feel free. But now I would like to invite my special guest, and we will discuss about the cybersecurity in this region in Europe. What is the challenges? What is the opportunity? So let me invite on the stage Doris Polt, CEO of ITL Estonia, Vice President of Digital Europe. Doris. Edgars Kukučans, Director of the Cybersecurity Policy Department, Ministry of Defense, Latvia. And last but not least, Otakar Horak, National Cyber and Information Security Agency, Czechia. Please welcome. So, of course, we fully agree, probably, that cybersecurity is crucial and one of the most important priority for our region. But let me start from the more general question to Doris. Doris, in your opinion, what is the level of understanding that cybersecurity is absolutely crucial for our region, for Europe, to prepare our economies across the whole continent to new challenges in different technologies? What is the level of this awareness across Europe? And what is the role of war in Ukraine in this process of building this awareness across Europe? How we used this 1,000th day of war in Ukraine in this area in Europe, especially in our region, because we are on the first line of front.
Okay. I will not give the level like from 1 to 10 to you, but of course you can see how this growing threats environment where we are, how it have also been translated into the growth of the cybersecurity sector. I can see it very clearly, at least in Estonia, and I believe also in our region and in Europe, that we have more and more cybersecurity companies in one hand, and more also the awareness about it, and public sector, private sector, they speak about the plans, they do not only speak, but also doing plans and thinking about how to build up this resilience, which is very important for that. So definitely all what is going on right now geopolitically, it's have grown the importance of cybersecurity hugely.
Doris, 2 weeks ago, you were in Poland during our annual meeting of Digital Europe, and we were talking with Polish Minister of Digital Affairs about Polish presidency, and of course, cybersecurity is one of the digital priority for our government during our presidency. What do you think? This Polish point of view on cybersecurity in Europe during our presidency is going in a good direction, or maybe we would advise some changes in this point of view on this topic?
I'm not sure that it's the right time already to start to change the total Polish presidency part. But if I may say that, let's say that secure Europe and integrated Europe should be the main points in my thinking. And with that, I mean that in many cases, when we speak about critical technologies or when we speak about a single market, then we need to invest there together and deal with these kind of issues together. And regarding the critical technologies like the cyber or AI space, there we have to ensure that we have in our region capabilities to deal with that we are not so much dependent from the other regions. I think this is something which is for having this kind of secure Europe or connected what we need.
For sure, to this topic about single market in cybersecurity, we will come back during our discussion. But I would like to back to war in Ukraine and Edgar's the question to you about these experiences from Ukraine case for our countries in this region, for Europe. In your opinion, are we, after this over 2 years of war, we are better prepared to these threats? Did we learn something from Ukrainian experiences? And are we ready to use this knowledge, these experiences in our region? Or we still need some more what?
Yeah, well, the short answer would be absolutely. We have learned a lot, and I think that the situation, as bad as it is, but it has helped us to raise the awareness on cybersecurity. Because first of all, I think before the war, we were in a bit, most of the companies and also institutions, they were a bit in a feeling that, this doesn't concern me. This is for some big companies, for defense and security institutions, that they will have to care about that. But I think as soon as the war started, and in 2022, the ANISA report showed that Latvia, for example, was number 2 in number of incidents that were caused by Russian actors. So and Poland was number 1. So it just shows how much we actually suffered from that. And I think this situation just actually from one side, it helped us to build our own capabilities. I think if we compare what we had in Latvia, what type of services, and we had already quite a lot, and what we have now, what we are offering to different companies, to different state institutions, that is much, much more than it was before. And second aspect is that the awareness part, because as I said before, I think institutions and companies, they were not so concerned about cybersecurity. Now we saw after the war that first of all, there's a huge interest about cybersecurity solutions, about what the organizations, what they can do about their own security. The seminars that we have organized for both the public and private institutions, they have been very popular. There has been a lot of interest. Thousands of say people have been participating in those. And then the third and final part is that also from the legislative part, there's a lot of progress. There's NIS2, there are upcoming cybersecurity acts in all over the Europe that require more and stricter approach from different organizations towards cybersecurity.
You mentioned about legislation, so it's my favorite topic if we are talking about Europe, frankly speaking. So, Otakar, maybe a question to you about this legislation, regulations. I mentioned in my presentation NIS2, 5G toolbox, but in general, what do you think? Where are we about regulations around cybersecurity issue? Is it possible to build some common strategies across the region, common, maybe similar, maybe not common, but similar strategies in cybersecurity area? Because in my opinion, if we don't have a minimum similar strategy across the region, So this region is not safe, because even one country without or with completely different strategy in cybersecurity is unfortunately a door for our enemies. It could be doors for our enemies. So where are we in this regulations process? In your opinion, do we need some extra regulations in this area? And what to do, how to prepare, especially SMEs, because they need much more money for implementation, for preparing their organizations to cybersecurity threats based on new regulations. And what do you think about this understanding that cybersecurity is not only for telecommunications, but across whole economy?
Yeah, well, actually, I think it has been mentioned during a couple of the panels here that the industry actually feels that the Europe is over-regulated, and that's the thing that Europe is good at, right? Like we know how to regulate. Like the US can learn from us that the idea is not even out there, and Europe already has its provision how to regulate the new thing that is incoming. And basically, in the last years, we saw like a thunderstorm of EU regulation in this area, and different regulations still have cyber effects or are dealing with cybersecurity, even though it's not just NIS2, there is DORA, Cyber Resilience Act, and so on. So I actually have the knowledge that there was already initiative by a couple of states to appeal to the Commission to calm down a little bit with this thunderstorm and to have some transitional period with all the incoming regulations. The new setup after the European elections is actually helping with that. That now the new Parliament members and members of the Commission, they just need to get their bearings and see what needs to be done or what could be done and start some of these processes anew. So we are at a very delicate time where actually we can take a step back and maybe look at the regulations that were put in place to see what it means and what is the reason for it, because that's maybe what's sometimes missing in the discussions, because EU is not making these regulations just to make the life harder for the industry, because EU is about it's the economic union, and so the main point of this regulation is to help the economic progress and economic development, and that's why these regulations are put in place, to have some common backline to actually fall back to have some understanding in the whole of Europe to what we are expecting from similar institutions, entities all across the Europe. So I think this idea needs to be maybe more clearly communicated to the sector, to the parties that are in play, to actually realize that what we are trying to do is to move at the pace of the slowest one. That's what the regulation is there for. That we know that the companies that are very diligent are probably have their cybersecurity solved, but there are some that are still handling quite important data or quite important services. And if they are not forced to do something, they might not be doing it. And then when we have the companies that actually can help with this, put in place the measures to ensure the cybersecurity, then again, the whole EU regulation could help them to understand what is the threshold that they need to achieve to actually spread their business region-wise and so on.
For sure, I have to mention that for Polish government in our presidency, one of the priority will be the building of new way of thinking about regulations on the European level. So more focus on impact of new regulations on market, especially of SMEs. And let's first check what is the results of last huge numbers of regulations, especially in digital area on market, on SMEs, on European companies. And then, after the checking process, let's decide what we have to do more or less, or how to correct some regulations from last years, because the numbers have absolutely increased because it's only about 90 regulations and almost 200 institutions across the whole Europe around it. So, but Doris, you would like to add something?
I just listening to you, and then totally wanted also to echo there, or you said that if you know something good or know how to do it, it's the regulative part. Because just to give a very clear example, turning past 5 years, in the US, it was 5,500 different regulations, all kind of regulations, stuff, what they did. What do you think what is the same number in Europe in this turning the past 5 years? It's 13,000 different regulations. And then imagine that your company in Europe. And that is the reason why, for example, 30% of the unicorns, European unicorns, have left from Europe with their offices. So it is like, let's say, as you mentioned 2 weeks ago, when I met also with the Polish minister, then I challenged him and said that, what do you think, can you be the first Polish presidency who doesn't do any regulation, that doesn't come out turning your presidency with any new regulation? Yeah, you can imagine the answer.
Frankly speaking, I can't imagine, because minimum the customs codex will be probably on the table. So, but let's try. I would like to ask you about 2 topics which, in my opinion, are crucial in building this awareness, but general cybersecurity levels of cybersecurity across the region. I mean money, because without money we can't build anything, and this private-public partnership in this area, because on this topic there is no any public administration which is ready for all threats, and without private sector it's impossible to prepare economy. So what about money? In your opinion, do we have in Europe problems with spending money on cybersecurity? Do we need some extra solutions, extra tools for stimulations, more investments in cybersecurity, and how to do it? Some pan-European investment fund, or maybe some tax regulations for stimulating, especially SMEs, for spending money on cybersecurity. But generally, where are we if we're talking about money, about investments on cybersecurity solutions in Europe? Any voluntaries?
Okay, there was so many questions together. Yeah, first thing I think of course we need more investments into technology overall, and we can, I think when we speak about the technology in the future world, we have to speak like secure by default. So it means that what I would like to see that with any kind of funding what we do in the EU in the future, let's say there will be always obligatory amount what have to go into the technologies and into security. I don't know, for example, 25%, if I have to say something, that always into technology and together with the security. You can't look technology and cybersecurity like separately, I think. It's the one coin, 2 sides, but it's a secure by default. I think this should be something with like mandatory.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, maybe I just wanted also to touch upon the investments, because just before this panel also I looked into the statistics in the EU, how much we invest in R&D, and specifically at this region. And I think almost all of this region forms the bottom part of the R&D investment in the EU, and I think that's the first problem. The second, of course, the reasoning probably there behind is that this region has not yet reached the average average EU GDP per capita. That's also, I think, one of the reasons that with more wealth, also the R&D investment comes, and that hopefully will also come in the future when we reach also this region reaches the EU average. But I think here, what is a good instrument, what can be used, of course, is always the EU funding, like for example the Digital Europe program. But if we want to use it effectively, we have to also make it attractive to those who are applying. And I have talked with quite many companies in Latvia about why they're not actually submitting their proposals, project proposals to the program, and mostly it's because of the bureaucracy, because it takes a lot of time. And at the end, for example, for the cybersecurity part in Digital Europe, it's only 50% of the co-funding by the EU, which means that the projects are not big. It's not possible to make an impact that would add value. And in addition to that, it's quite a lot of bureaucracy that comes together with this funding.
You mentioned about this money from the public sector. Of course, we have no government in Europe with enough money in the national budget to spend on all cybersecurity solutions. So it's crucial to build this private-public partnership. But where are we with understanding that we need this private-public partnership in area of cybersecurity? Because sometimes I feel that some governments are afraid this partnership with private sector. That the cybersecurity, if we are talking about especially defense, is absolutely only for public sector. What do you think? Is it possible to build this absolutely across the region, across the Europe, totally open, clear, private partnership in area of cybersecurity?
Well, if I can continue, yeah, sure. I think it is possible, and I think the mindset is slowly changing as well. Of course, as you said before, the security in general has always at least so far, has been the prerogative, let's say so, of the government, and that's why the change is happening, I would say, quite slowly. But I think at some point, we will have no other choice, because there is a lot of work to do in cybersecurity. There's a lot of things that we have to do that actually require a lot of workforce, and you cannot, at some point, you just cannot, grow the public sector in terms of ensuring these services to all the companies, to all the subjects of NIS2. It's just not possible. At some point, of course, you'll have to have more of these functions that are, so far has been looked as the state functions. You will have to outsource them, and there the partnership comes in. And I think the other aspect, of course, of the partnership is not only that, is also the discussion. It's ensuring that when you come up with legislation, strategies, you involve the private sector. So I think, for example, you just need to create some kind of a trusted community, which I think, again, EU is helping in this, because there's a regulation that requires that every member state create such a community, which we have done as well, and I think it has actually paid off, because it's quite active in Latvia. They are involved in legislation. Of course, not always we can take everything what they say, but we try as much as possible. So yeah.
Otakar, the question...
Just before we escape the funding question or topic, that was also what I would echo, that there is this initiative to build this community focused on research and development, mandated by the EU with the European Cyber Competence Center, that then should help the states to create their own national competency policy centers, and with that actually help to work with those programs such as Digital Europe and help them to navigate the bureaucracy that is needed to come close to the funding needed. So this is actually quite a nice initiative, I think, that's working really well in Czech Republic as well. At least the interest of the private sector is there, and yeah, it helps to get to the point of contact from the for the private sector with the public sector, and know that this part of the public sector can actually help them with that, and also that through this initiative, some strategy in the direction of the innovation can be achieved and taken into account, because just being innovative for the fun of it that we want to isn't probably going to help us, and those funds need to be spent effectively for what the states and EU actually needs. So this strategy needs to be in place, and this should help with it.
Thanks,
I have to say that I think in a moment when we start to speak about public sector cybersecurity and private sector cybersecurity separately, we are lost.
Exactly.
We're losing then the game for the cyber attacks, and we have to be very clear here that private sector is actually day by day in the front line in the cybersecurity. And when we speak about technology sector, then they are the one also who have to ensure the cybersecurity of other economical sectors. So whole economy is dependent from that, or the infrastructure companies. And so we can't look separately, public sector, cybersecurity, and private sector.
Okay, Doris, but how convince these, especially small companies across Europe, to spend more money for cybersecurity tools if they have no money for new investments? And frankly speaking, for these smallest companies, spending money on cybersecurity is a cost, not investment. What to do? How to convince them to change this point of view on spending money on cybersecurity?
I think it's, first of all, of course, it's a total awareness raising. This is about the awareness raising part. It's one thing. The other part is to show it. Yeah, I know they speak about it like a cost, but not a cost, but actually stay alive. It's the thing how to stay alive in modern world. And I think it's a lot to do also the technology companies that I'm as an IT sector representative, I have to be honest when we speak with other economical sector that when we bring the digital technologies into your company, we also bring the trouble. And this is the security part there. And we have to then always, when we do things, we do only in certain security level. That security by default. This is also that we have to take the responsibility as a private sector towards the other economical sectors, I think.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have regulations, even too much, but maybe we will have better soon. We will have more money. So I think that we need one more thing, specialist. What to do? How to minimize this lack of IT specialists in our region, especially in cybersecurity sector? It's because I'm afraid that it's impossible to change the situation only country by country. We need some regional program to increase numbers of IT specialists. But do you have any suggestions for governments across the region? How to do it? Otakara.
Yeah, it's a very difficult question, and probably there is no solution that would be right on hand and that would help right away. What I feel is the correct practice is to promote the part of women in this sector, to help them and actually involve them in everything that is being done. And also with the government, what we can do is to nurture the employees that we have for the time that we have them, because they will escape the government sector at some point for the big bucks. And and it's just so important to stay connected within the community and to stay in touch even when they are in the private sector, still with the government, with their former colleagues, and this actually helps to build the community that then can kind of trickle down through the institutions where they then will be taking their part. And this can actually help again to bring the trust and help to nurture the trust between the government and the private sector, because as you said, like it needs to be common effort and it needs to be worked together.
We have unfortunately 4 minutes for half, so maybe unfortunately we have to summarize. And I have the last question to all of you about future. Based on our experiences right now, based on your knowledge, where are we, what do you have, what will we have in the future, in the next 5-10 years, in your opinion, where are we in cybersecurity issues as a region, as a Europe? In better position or not? Could we be more positive in this area, or rather we have to be more skeptic? Doris, can you be first?
Okay, so
let's be futurologic.
My optimistic side have to say that we are in better position. Otherwise, I can't do this job what I do if I'm not believing that part. I have to believe that actually now all the reports what are brought out to Draghi, Letta, and so on, that what brings out all this kind of pain points, that we now really start to move towards the actions, and that we understand that the critical technologies are something what are really critical and have to be in place, have to be here in the region, and we have to invest into those. And so I have to believe that we are in a better position with that.
But you have to believe or believe?
Okay, then let's say in this way that I believe. And of course, when I see, I will be very happy. And regarding all this over-regulations, the topic would have been that at least I take my mission to pinpoint it always and to see that are we managing to cut this over-regulation habit.
Okay, Edgaras.
Yeah, well, looking at my tarot cards in the morning, I think 2 things. One, I think we're going to be safer. I think we're going to be better prepared because we have no other choice. This region is the front line of let's say, cyber wars, malicious cyber activities, and we just, there's no other way. We have to prepare ourselves every day for even worse and worse and worse. So because of that, I think we're just developing our capabilities more and more. The other thing, I think that we will be more automated in many things that we do, and I hope that will at least partly help the workforce issue, because of course the AI solutions, they are one of the advantages is, of course, that you probably need a little less human hands there. But I hope that these things too will actually be true in 5-10 years. I'm also optimist. I have to be, and I am. So yeah, I will stop here.
Okay.
Yeah, my optimism stems from one part is the history of this region. Actually, we dealt with difficult situations, difficult times in our common history. So that's actually, or what we gained from it is the ability to improvise quite a bit. And with this ability, I think this region can achieve quite a lot in this area, especially when facing the difficulties of workforce insufficiency and some constraints on the money front and so on. So yeah, I have hopes for our region.
So I would like to add 2 points to your points of view. First, that we all in this whole region, whole Europe, frankly speaking, we know that we can't save money on defense. But I hope that we will agree across Europe that we can save money on cybersecurity tools, that we have to absolutely spend much more money on this issue. And second thing, that absolutely we need very close cooperation between our countries, our governments, to build a common understanding, a common strong voice of our region. And I hope that you will be some kind of ambassadors of this way of thinking about our cooperation across the region. And the voice of the region in Brussels will be stronger because I deeply believe that, yes, we can be and we will be more safe in the future. But definitely we can be and we should be the real digital hub for Europe. And we absolutely, based on our experiences, even in Ukraine, absolutely we can be leader in Europe. But to reach this goal, we need much deeper cooperation between our countries. I deeply believe that next year in Tallinn, we can summarize the next 1 year for very fruitful cooperation in the region. Thank you very much. Doris Polt, Otakar, excuse me, but my Czech and Latvian language is not so good. Otakar Horak.
Yes.
And Edgar Kukuchans.
Close enough.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We see the first people packing up as well. I want to very briefly thank you all for staying here until the very end of the first day of Tallinn Digital Summit 2024. Before you go, just a tiny bit of information for tomorrow as well. The doors will open from 9 a.m. in the morning. At 9:30 at the Terrace Hall, we will already have the first session about national and local strategies for digital government. This hall and also the black box stage, the main stage, will start their transmission at 9:55 in the morning as well. So have a lovely evening, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much, and good night.